Next.
Today is International Women's Day, and iHeartRadio is celebrating the women.
Hey there, gang. Sorry for the delays, and yesterday obviously was not good. Man, we had rain come in yesterday. It was supposed to just be a little bit. It cleared up. We started drying the racetrack, and more stuff popped up. And before it was over, it had rained all night, and has just been ugly, ugly, ugly until now. And so we are live, and we are trying to get you all the racing action you can handle. They are still doing some track drying. I was going to wait until racing went live, but I know you guys are chomping at the bit and wondering. So Nate's giving you guys an update. So here we go, and we are live from Tucson Dragway for the West Coast Bracket Races 10-year anniversary Southwest Showdown.
You know, the part of the country where you do a lot of ice fishing, but that looks like something you could bore a hole in the bottom of and do a little ice fishing and keep yourself nice and warm. And for those of us that have been around, you know, Walmarts or whatever, airport parking lots, it literally is a security booth.
In Texas, we call that a deer blind.
You call it a deer blind in Texas?
Yep.
It would work for that, too. It would work for that, too. I thought deer blinds were like those half-tent chair things, like grandstand chair that you strap to a tree with, like, bungee cords, and then sit up there and hope that you don't have to go to the bathroom.
They're more sophisticated nowadays.
They're getting more air-conditioned and everything?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Heated, really.
Heated?
Yeah.
Well, that's true. Deer season is typically when it's cooler. But, no, I could see how you do that. Sitting in there, got your phone going, watching a little YouTube, and, oh, wait, hold on, I got to go shoot something. That's kind of cool, though. But he's got quite the setup. So it's for those of you that are and have just joined in on the Bang Shift live feed. I don't have my iPad set up here yet, so I don't know if anybody's in the chat bleachers yet. But if you are, we will be on momentarily in the chat bleachers. Just giving you a heads up. Oh, we are. Let me know. I don't know. You guys tell us. See, we've got the chat bleachers. I got to get that set up. We'll get that set up here in a minute. But welcome to those of you that are in the chat bleachers already. We are getting closer. Again, we had Mother Nature roll through this morning and put a little bit more moisture down on the ground than we wanted. Matter of fact, we wanted none. She gave us plenty. And since then, we started track dry a couple of times. Sprinkled again, and this time it looks like it's going to stick. So we're going to take that. We are getting really, really close. We've just got to finish up the track dry activities, got to make sure that the surface is ready to go. And then at that point, we will go ahead and get into today's activities. Once again, for those of you that are listening in, there have been some adjustments. What we were going to do today is a Kid Performance and Dyno, $5,000 to win in Pro and $10,000 to win in Super Pro Friday has been rolled over to Sunday, so we are going to double up Sunday. It'll become a Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering Sunday. Today, we are going to continue on with our test and tune, and we are going to run the 64-car shootout that was not completed yesterday. Wasn't even started yesterday. So we're going to get a time run in for those 64 cars. Then we'll be back about an hour after that to start round number one. In addition to that, we're going to have our 32-car Pro Shootout, which is good for $5,000 to the winner. So those are going to be what we're focusing on here today, along with some test and tune. But for the time being, we're going to be a little quiet up here in the tower. You can enjoy watching the track dry, almost as fun as watching paint dry. But one way or another, at least there's people out there, and we got tractors, and you can kind of see how it's progressing. We've got a really good car count here for this weekend. We're looking at several more that are going to be rolling in over the next day or so before we really get after it tomorrow. But today's going to be focused on test and tune and our two shootouts. Other than that, we'll be back here momentarily. And, again, racers, you're kind of on your own as far as background music because now that we're live, we're not allowed to play it from the tower. Dang those darn control people. Well, Racer's just kind of keeping you appraised of what is going on. Is it appraised or prize? Just making sure you got the information. Appraise is a value, but making sure you're staying up to date, up to the minute. I think, is it a prize? Is it appraised? I'm not sure. I'm sure soon my phone will start buzzing with people going, it's this. Of course, then again, I've got a bunch of racers here that probably don't know better anyway. So we're just going to make it up as we go, kind of like an increval, right? It's a combination of an increment and an interval. We made up that word a couple of years ago. It's an increval. But anyway, so racers, again, the track dry process is coming along very, very nicely. Word we got a few minutes ago is that they are looking at less than 30 minutes. So just wanted to give you the heads up that we are going to start things off with our test and tune. So if you're going to be participating in some testing and tuning, make sure you have your cars ready. We are targeting what we're thinking. Again, this is what we're thinking. Don't hold us to this just yet. It's all going to depend on how the rest of the track comes together. But we're looking at possibly having cars on track right at about 1:15 local time here. So 1:15, that's, again, a little less than a half hour from now. As long as we stick to that schedule, we'll probably start calling our cars into the staging lanes for test and tune within the next 20 minutes or so. So just kind of keep your ears open. Be ready. Maybe 15 to 20 minutes, we'll start calling cars into the staging lanes, but not yet. We haven't called anybody just yet. As long as we stick to about that 1:15 start time, we are looking at about 1:45 for the time run for the 64-car shootout. So again, we'll start calling those cars in a little bit before that. So if you are part of the 64-car shootout, we are looking at getting you lined up in the staging lanes a little bit before 1:45 so that we can get that time run there. Now, given the fact that Mother Nature has shared with us what she has today, we are going to be tightening up the turnaround times on the 64-car shootout. It's going to be probably about 20-minute turnaround times or so as we make our way through the day, but just wanted to make sure that you had everything kind of all situated. So there will be a little bit quicker turnaround times on that 64-car shootout than what we had originally anticipated. Pretty much once we get our final car down the racetrack in the time run, get about 20 minutes after that, we'll start getting you back into the staging lanes and getting ready to go for round number 1. So again, if you are just testing and tuning today, keep your ears open. We'll start calling some of those cars in here momentarily, about 15 minutes or so, as long as track prep continues the way that it is now. And then right around, I don't know, 135, 140 or so, we'll start getting our 64 cars shootout headed into the staging lanes. So that is kind of what we are looking at tentatively from a schedule standpoint. Again, we are over the 32-car mark for the 32-car pro shootout, so it will come down to a chip draw. So if we, when we get to that point, we'll get that draw taken care of and determine who our 32 contestants are for the pro 32-car shootout. But as of now, again, we are closer and closer. If you have not yet gotten your car out and gotten it ready, it would definitely behoove you to do so now. So it would be a good time to get everything ready to go. Again, probably about 15 minutes or so. As long as track prep continues the way that it is, we'll start getting cars called into the staging lanes. All right, racers, once again. That thing's hot.
Yeah.
Did somebody turn this up? Did I accidentally turn this up?
The door.
Oh, there we go. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what you get for only getting a few hours of sleep. Oh, no, 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 no. First of all, RTC, Radial Tire, I am online. We are monitoring what's going on here in the chat bleachers, and the NFL has done enough to bring Taylor Swift into the sports community. Please refrain from any reference to Taylor Swift while you are participating in the chat bleachers. I'm going to make that kind of sound a little bit more legal. Ladies and gentlemen, participating in the chat bleachers, there will be an absolute ban on any reference to Taylor Swift while participating in the chat bleachers. Any violation of said rule will result in an immediate expulsion. Thank you. We're not going to bring up her. Appreciate that. What's happening, Steve? Life is good. Life is good. Got just a couple of minutes here. We're going to sneak away before we get things done, but track prep still is continuing. Again, we are targeting about 1:15 or so. As soon as the track is ready, we're going to start with our test and tune. Following that, we're going to get into our 64-car shootout, and that 64-car shootout is going to be racing for $20,000 here today at the West Coast Bracket Races, so we certainly appreciate those 64 cars jumping in here, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Again, the 32-car field is above and beyond that right now, so it will come down to a chip drop. But those are going to be the two things that we're focusing on. So, again, if you are going to be testing and tuning, make sure that you have that car prepped and ready so that when we do give that call for you to make your way into the staging lanes, you can do so. We haven't called anybody in just yet. We're going to make sure that things are absolutely 100% ready. The good news is I do see the spray pig. That is good news. And the fact that we see the spray pig, we're going to ask somebody just to verify for us that they are going to be ready to go. And we should start calling cars in here in just a few minutes. All right, before we start calling some cars into the staging lanes, racers, we have a racer in need. Racer in need. We're starting off the weekend like that, but the good news is whenever we use those three words, racer in need, there is always someone that comes in and rectifies that need, is able to take care of it, and we appreciate that. So we have a racer in need. We actually need a little technical advice. We've got a racer out there who's got the Sniper Dominator EFI combination, has just updated to the latest software, and is at this point having some issues getting the car refired. So if you have some experience with the Sniper Dominator EFI combination, basically the driver of the Copper 72 Chevelle down by the Goodyear trailer would love to have you stop by and share some of your knowledge. So again, we've got a racer in need. Recently updated their software on the Sniper Dominator EFI combination, and if you can help, if you think you know what may be going on, the driver of the Copper 72 Chevelle down by the Goodyear trailer would love to have you visit, pick your brain a little bit if you are willing to share your knowledge, help get them refired and onto the racetrack when it is time. So again, racer in need. Got that new Sniper Dominator EFI software, did an update, and now needs some technical advice. If you could swing by there, that would be awesome. Mo Money, what's happening, man? It is good to be heard. I'm excited to be back out here for what's going to be one of my first, shall we say, big buck bracket races of the year. I don't get to do a whole lot of them much anymore, and that's because I am focused on, I'm going to say, more important things. Spend a little bit more time at home with the family, with the kid who's now 12 years old. Holy cow. But it is good. It is good. I'm glad to be out and be here. We'll be in Vegas for the Fling and maybe a couple other stops this year, but right now primarily focusing on spending more time at home. So again, we've still got a few minutes. They are doing a little bit more out there on the racetrack. We'll be back at it shortly. Racers, the time has come. The track is ready, and so are we. Hopefully you've heeded the warning over the last few minutes to get those cars ready to go, but test and tune. Your attention, please. Test and tune cars. Let's go ahead and get you headed into the staging lanes. We're going to put our test and tune cars in lanes 7 and 8, please. Test and tune cars to lanes 7 and 8. Again, our intention is to run about 30 minutes or so of test and tune. Then we're going to get into that time run for the 64-car shootout. So 64-car shootout, you are on standby. It's going to be about 20 minutes or so before we call you into the staging lane. So if you are part of our 64-car shootout, make sure that you have got those cars set and ready to go. But test and tune, it is time. Let's get you headed into lanes 7 and 8, please. Test and tune. Go ahead and make your way to lanes 7 and 8. Again, we are going to start off with some test and tune, run about 30 minutes of that. Then we're going to get into the time run for the $20,000 to win West Coast Bracket Race Shootout. That will be underway about 20 minutes after our final car makes its way off of the racetrack for the 64-car shootout. We'll start calling you back in for round number 1. But as of right now, let's get our test and tune cars rolling into lanes 7 and 8. For those of you that are watching live online as part of that Bang Shift live feed, we welcome you in here. Again, it is a Kid Performance and Dyno, Hughes Performance, Moser Engineering, Southwest Showdown. Here at the West Coast Bracket Races, that live feed being brought to you by the folks at Optima Batteries and Holly. So make sure you send them a shout out and say thank you very much for them being part of bringing you the live feed. If you are not able to make your way down here to Tucson this weekend, at least you can sit at home and watch along as we are going to get things underway here momentarily. Again, yesterday was kind of lost to weather. This morning was kind of lost to weather. So we have made an adjustment to the schedule. What was going to be a Kid Performance and Dyno $10,000 to win Friday in Super Pro and a $5,000 to win Friday in Pro, that has been rolled over to Sunday. So Sunday will now be the Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering $20,000 to win in a Super Pro and $10,000 to win in Pro. It's kind of a double-up day. That is going to be one of those cool things that will be taking place. Tomorrow will be as it was advertised, $20,000 to win in Super Pro, and it's going to be a fun one there. But that is what's going on. Today, we are going to be getting through more of the test and tune that we were not able to get done yesterday. We're also going to focus on our $20,000 to win 64-car shootout, and this afternoon, later this afternoon, we're going to get into our Pro 32-car shootout, which is $5,000 to win. So again, racers, remember, you've got a little more than an hour and a half if you are interested in getting in. Again, we're already kind of over the 32-car mark of those that have shown interest and have gone and put their name on the list and paid their entry. It will come down to a chip draw to determine the 32 cars that will get into that shootout. But there is still time if you want to get yourself onto the list and make sure that you have a chance to be part of that 32-car shootout. Again, the 32-car Pro shootout, that'll happen later this afternoon. Again, the schedule is going to be somewhat flexible due to the fact that, you know, we did lose a good portion, pretty much the entire morning, to the weather that rolled through the area. But the remainder of the day looks really, really good. And we are going to try to get through our 64. We will get through our 64-car shootout and our 32-car Pro shootout today. In between rounds, we are going to continue on with test and tune. That way it gives our racers an opportunity to get themselves geared up and ready to go for it tomorrow and Sunday. But with all of that happening, it's going to be a good one. Good afternoon, Barn. It's good to see you jumping in there. What's up, Mr. Gage? And for Gage, I want to say thank you. My man Gage, otherwise known as Gage the Intern, is hanging out at home in Vegas and is going to be handling the mic duties while I am down here playing in Tucson at one of the coolest drag strips on the planet. This place is awesome. What Jim and his team have done, every time we show up here, there are just improvements galore that have happened throughout the facility, and they are going to continue. They've got lots of really big plans for the place, and the great news is we heard it like last year and the year before, hey, we got big plans. Well, the cool part about it is not only do they have big plans, they're all coming to fruition, and it's really awesome. So definitely appreciate Jim and his team opening up their gates once again to let us be part of their venue, to let us be part of their season with the Southwest Showdown and the West Coast bracket races. So once again, test and tune. Test and tune. Let's get you headed into lane 7 and 8. Test and tune to lane 7 and 8. 64-car shootout for your time run. You are on standby. We'll start calling you in here momentarily. Again, just kind of watching to see who's out there. I saw earlier, kind of in the chat bleachers, we had folks already checking in from like Poland and kind of all over the country, so it's really cool that everybody's able to jump in and say hello. Definitely already, the last time I refreshed this page, where were we at? Almost a couple hundred people watching, which is fun. And I know as we get some activity on the racetrack, there will be more and more that go ahead and jump in there. And I agree. Josh, we are not going to use the R word here anymore. Notice I have not used the R word. We've used the terms like, Mother Nature and weather, interruptions and things like that. But we don't use that word. It's a bad word. It's a 4-letter word, actually. And so we don't use 4-letter words when we're here. That's just the way that it goes. That's just the way that it goes. I got to tell you, that is a good thing. Just got a text message from Chad Reynolds, who's gone down to try to help out our racer in need that needed some help with his Holly Sniper setup. It was one of those cool years, those cool deals where when you got somebody on property that's got that kind of knowledge that they're willing to step down and step away from what they're doing and try to help out those racers who need that additional assistance just to try and make sure everybody stays on the racetrack. But also got a text, which makes it really, really cool to have the folks from Goodyear here on property. I mean, we had a racer that ended up with kind of struggling with a flat tire, was able to take it right on over to the Goodyear trailer. They're getting him hooked up, and we'll be able to get them back on track. One of our racers from Team Mexico? Oh. See, it's always good when you got Goodyear on property. They will definitely get you taken care of. But again, we are talking about big, big thanks to, once again, Mark Kidd and his entire family at Kidd Performance and Dyno for being a part of our sponsorship. That is an important piece of information that we are going to need to know. Chad sent me another text message of, what time is a certain portion of the property opening up. With the way that it's gone today, may have to sneak over there and take advantage of that. And I'm not going to say which part of the property it is, but I will say that the concession stand is open. So if you are feeling hungry, especially with it, now being about 1:30 in the afternoon, I'm sure plenty of folks are getting hungry. And if you haven't had lunch yet, swing by the concession stand. They will get you hooked up with some good eats. I want to find out, there's other things on property that need to open up too, like, I don't know if the ice cream truck is going to open up yet, because now with the sun shining, ice cream would be really, really good. Plenty of other things would be really, really good. And like Chad had asked, what time is the, a certain garden portion of the property opening up? I'm on board. Let's find out. Oh, man.
Taking your sheets.
If I'd have known that Munson's important documents were over here, I would have crumpled them up on the floor and set them on fire a while ago. That would have been fun. Wow. That's the other cool thing about Chad's setup. Oh, that's a towel draped over the rail. I thought maybe he had a sign like on some of those stores where it says be back in 20 minutes. Like we're currently, he's got a cooler up there?
Cooler, and it has an AC unit.
And an AC unit in the cabin?
Now, I don't know if it's plugged in, but he has
I'm just saying. He's getting spoiled Plus, he's got a ladder he can go up and down without actually having to like raise and lower the scissor lift all the time. And now, not only is Chad out helping folks with their Holly sniper in the pits, he's also supplying beverages at the gate. Dude, people are going to get an idea that you're a nice guy.
His legs are going to be so buff going up and down that ladder all week.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. I forgot about kind of the
Hey, can we restart Population?
healthcare, or the what do we call it? The health club benefits of climbing up and down that ladder. You're going to have like the most toned calves on property by the time the weekend's over. And since Chad doesn't own pants, he'll be able to kind of show off those really well-toned calves by the time the weekend's over. I wonder how many trips up and down the ladder Chad is going to make. It's Vegas. Well, no, I'm from Vegas. This is Tucson. But being from Vegas, we need to set like an over-under. We need to set the line on how many trips up and down the ladder Chad makes. I think he's already at 4 today. I don't know. We'll see. So hopefully we should have enough of our test and tune cars back in lanes 7 and 8 that we can start rolling them forward once again for our 64-car shootout. 64-car shootout. You are on standby. We are going to be calling you into the staging lanes here in just a little bit to get you paired up for your time run. Again, 64-car shootout contestants, keep in mind that about 20 minutes after the last car goes down the track in our tech shootout, or excuse me, in our time run for the 64-car shootout, let me back up and say that again. About 20 minutes after the last car goes down the track in the time run for the 64-car shootout, that's what I meant to say, we'll start calling you back in for round number 1. So again, there is still time, run by the Nitro Club if you want to jump into the 32-car pro shootout. That is, if you want to get your name on the list for the chip draw. Again, you would pay your entry fee there, and then if you are one of the 32 that are drawn, you would be part of that. And going to send a shout-out. Just a quick happy birthday shout-out to Jeremy Plyer. Steve mentioning that Jeremy celebrating a birthday today. So happy birthday, Jeremy. All right, now Chad is completely spoiled. Because not only does he have the good... Now, here's kind of the thing. How many people... Yeah, full-on booth. I'm telling you, at some point we will get the camera down off of there and highlight the booth that he has set up. Like I said, just picture one of those like security scissor lift shacks at the airport, or I don't know where else they put those anymore, Home Depot, Walmart, in the parking lot, kind of way back. But it's that white little shack, got the door on the side of it, the entire thing lifts up. But he's got himself positioned in the shade with the camera up on the railing. And the only thing that I'm questioning with Chad right now is you have an ice chest. Granted, it's not that hot out here, but that ice chest should either be inside or in the shade with you. Just saying, right? You wouldn't want to leave the ice chest sitting in the sun. See? I'm here for you, man. Happy to be of assistance. Proper care and maintenance for an ice chest. I do know how to grab the camera bar, and the only problem is it's kind of currently affixed to the railing. It's not one of those real cool mobile cams just yet, but at some point we will take it off there. Chad can stay up where he's at, hand it down to me, and we'll kind of shoot up at him. We got a lot to do right now, though. We got a lot of racing to focus on. And yeah, maybe before the end of the weekend we'll do kind of like what we did up in Vegas, and we'll have the, Nate hijacks the cam for a little while. It could be good. It could be good. It could be a terrible disaster. It's probably more likely going to be a terrible disaster, but either way it'll work. So once again, our Tucson Dragway crew, big tip of the cap, big shout out. They have already done a lot of work here this weekend and have got this place ready to roll. So we should have our test and tune cars back in lanes 7 and 8. 64-car shootout. You are on standby. We're going to get to racing here momentarily.
All right, gang. You heard Nate talking about my booth. So this is the booth. It literally is like one of those things that we'd see in the mall parking lot with a cop in it to make sure that, or you think there's a cop in it, to hide or keep people from stealing cars or whatever. This thing is like, I don't know, it's probably 6 by 8. It's like 6 feet by 8 feet. It has a like desk thing built into it, powers in here. There is a AC unit in there. It's not plugged in right now because we're just on one line, but it's cool. If I didn't have to move the camera, and I talked to Chris Forsyth about it and said, do you want to do static cams or do you want to do, the regular deal? And he said, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I like, the moving camera is my jam. So let's just roll with that. And he said, absolutely. So that's what we're doing, but it's going to be cool. If I get this so I can have a pan camera, that I can do electronically, it'd be epic being in there. So it's pretty cool. Big thanks to Jim Hughes and Chris Forsyth for having us out here. I love this event. Love the West Coast Bracket Races Series, Southwest Showdown, of course, here at Tucson Dragway. There's more races coming this year. We're going to be live. We got our first burnout of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for some time runs as we get into our 64 and 32 car shootouts today here at Tucson Dragway.
To make sure he gets all of that off and do a little break-in, a little scrubbing on those tires is Alonso Sanchez. Coming in out of Sonora, Mexico, is going to take over the right side of the racetrack. Our first pair here in test and tune, and I love that. Gage Gilbert, of all people, throwing out the MTV Cribs reference as Chad shows off his booth out there. Be like, look, I'm big pimpin'. I'm big pimpin' in my crib. Now he's got to show off the inside of it. I'm giddy too. I'm giddy about this. This is great. Drove all the way down here from Vegas, and finally, we got cars fired up. Greg Hicks out of Las Vegas, Nevada, in a new-to-him Phantom-built car. You see the Overkill sticker on the side of it. He's got it pre-staged here in the left lane. Alonso Sanchez, that big block Chevrolet. 601 cubic inch combination, and here we go. Sanchez is going to leave a little bit early by 67 thousandths of a second on his test and tune lap. Greg Hicks is 16 green and runs 5:26.0 down to the 8th mile mark. As our next two, Travis Keys and Skylar Barichko. Barichko in the S10 coming in out of Albuquerque. You got Travis Keys in the other cover dragster coming in out of Pueblo, Colorado. So the 565 cubic inch big block for the dragster, the 408 a small block combination going on for the S10 over on the right side. Again, we're going to run through about 20 to 30 minutes worth of test and tune, and then we're going to get into the time run for our 64 car shootout. Travis is going to be green by 4 thousandths of a second. We'll run 482 and 141 miles an hour. Skylar leaving 36 thousandths of a second early, goes 664 at 102 miles an hour. And again, to show that absolutely 100%, can you bring a motorcycle to one of these type races? Yes, you can. It's a bracket race. All you got to do is run your number. Cut a good light, run your number. It's that easy, right? Ask anybody that's out here. It's easy. Okay, maybe not. They may not believe that. But the bike belongs to Matt Larson, coming in out of Yuma, Arizona, and Alex Sandlin in the dart. See the bike, Matt Larson. The motorcycle is 001 in reaction time, and then runs 608 at 116 miles an hour. You keep doing that type of stuff, you're going to be just fine. Alex goes 35 green and goes 598 at 115 miles an hour. As we're going to continue to roll on through here. Once again, 64-car shootout. We're going to start calling you into the staging lanes here pretty quickly. So again, if you are part of our 64-car shootout, be ready, please. Again, it's going to be just like another 2 or 3 minutes. That's it. Tops. Tops. So with Hank Pramov in the Vega out of Arvada, Colorado, and Jaden Nava, I believe it's Nava, and the Race Tech dragster out of Pueblo. Seems like a lot of our Colorado racers lining up towards the front of the test and tune. Hank's pre-staged. Jaden is pre-staged. Now they're both fully in, set, gone. 006 red for Jaden, 005 green for Hank. The Vega's going to run 582 at 122 miles an hour. Jaden goes 516.0 at 132 miles an hour. So 122 mile an hour lap for Hank, 132 mile an hour lap for Jaden. Again with that 005 to the 006. I'll bring out Eric Daniels and Aaron McMammon. McMammon in the El Camino. Eric Daniels in the Great Out Vega. It's the Vega. The Vega. How about a second 001 reaction time? Apparently a little extra waiting in the pits helped out some of the drivers / riders. Matt Larson was 001 on the bike. Eric Daniels is 001 in the Vega, then goes 669 at 102 miles an hour. Aaron McMammon, 645 with an 8 at a $1.04. And that'll bring up Daryl Contreras and C-Dub. Mr. Hofer. So CW Hofer, 18. As Luis Valenzuela, excuse me, and Daniel Schweitzer. Schweitzer in the F-150, Luis in the 84-bodied Camaro. Luis, 21 green, and goes 5.5 at 6.5 at 128 miles an hour. Daniel puts up an 861 at 83 miles an hour in the full-sized Ford F-150. 106 was the reaction time for Daniel over on that side. And got another one, Judge Shoup, deciding that it's time to put a nice little burnout down on the racetrack. Andrew Jaramillo rolling up in his Mopar-powered machine on the left side of the racetrack. So the second Landshark dragster. Apparently this is the popular place for Landsharks. Who would have thought that the desert is where you would find the majority of the Landsharks, but that's where you're finding them exactly. Judd Shoup goes early by 18 thousandths of a second, puts up a 4.77 second lap. For Andrew Jaramillo, it's going to be a 584 at 118 miles an hour after he was 076 on the tree. And we're going to bring out a little door car matchup between Andy Kadar and Jeff Edwards. Edwards in the little 66 Chevy 2. Kadar, Pontiac GTO. I don't know if there's anybody out there, and maybe you can, but you can't tell me that a GTO is not cool. 009 on the tree for the 462 cubic inch Pontiac, runs 775 at 90 miles an hour. Jeff Edwards, 28 early, and then goes 646 down the racetrack. So yeah, a 70-bodied Pontiac GTO is cool. It's really cool. But I gotta tell you, the truck that's up next has got to be one of the coolest cars on property. You want to talk about something that is an absolute 100% true-to-form barn find. That thing is awesome. The only question is, I mean, is it the blue that's on the back of the cab that was the original color of the vehicle? Or was that something that got added in later? I don't know. But I love that pickup truck. That thing is awesome. 77 green and then goes 726 at 100 miles an hour. Jerry Hall in the dragster, the most built ride, puts up a 634 at just 76 miles an hour as he was obviously out of the throttle crossing the finish line, and that's going to bring up Joe Cox and Victor Sandoval. Sandoval in the yellow Chevelle, racing out of Tucson, and Joe in the Plymouth. What is that, a Plymouth what? Is it a, it's not the, what is that? That's cool. I like it. Coming from just on the other side of Phoenix. Barn. What? Talking to the folks here in the chat bleachers, Barn says, Chad, a little less Nate and a little more vroom vroom. Trying to balance out the audio. Okay, here, I'll help you out. Vroom, vroom, vroom. I tried to time the vrooms with the shift. Did it help, Barn? I don't know if it did. Victor, 35 red, goes 601 at 113 miles an hour. Joe Cox, 10 green, and then goes 713 on his time run. So once again, our 64-car shootout. You are still on standby. Just trying to get a few more cars down the racetrack before we bring you out. Barn, I don't care. Before we bring you out for your time run. But again, once we do get into that, we'll be looking at about a 20-minute turnaround in between those rounds. I'm trying to help you out with the vroom vroom. Tyler Sally now rolling up left side of the racetrack. And Faustino Zaragoza. Faustino's got one of those names that, for all of the opportunities that I've had to work with Big Jed, who is like one of the greatest bracket race announcers to like really ever pick up the microphone, I would love to put Faustino's name in front of him and just see what he does. Because it's a lot of like weird, uncommon letters with Faustino Zaragoza. That would just be fun. He was red by 8 thousandths of a second, goes 667 at 103 miles an hour. Tyler Sally was 37 green and then goes 7444 at 89 miles an hour.
Yeah, 3 and 4.
Dale Schweitzer rolling up in his fox-bodied Mustang, and KJ Desa. KJ, I've been, let's just say he's been racing a long time. Very young, 23 years old, but started racing when he was 8 in the juniors. And his collection of Wallies from when he was racing in his junior days is extensive. He's got a massive group, including the first year when he went up to Denver in the Western Conference Finals and won his age group, took that Wally home. And since then, he and his father have turned that into quite a little program with the juniors. So what they do with the juniors, and they've got a good group of them that work with them, that is just an impressive little deal with what he's done. Curtis Enzalita and Lynn Adams. Adams, the 79 Camaro, leaves early by 0.04 of a second. Curtis in the Roadrunner was 005 green, and then goes 591 at 115 miles an hour. Vroom, vroom. Vroom, vroom. So we've got is that a Black Widow emblem? Is that kind of what that's supposed to be?
I'm unsure.
I'm not really sure. That's kind of cool. Definitely likes a lot of wheel speed on his burnout. Yeah. I don't know if that's like a Black Widow type reference or what that is, but the hourglass on the back of Ariel Zavala's hatchback.
Let me apprise you of that.
Are you going to apprise me of that? See, we learned the difference between like appraise and a prize. Then if you take a space prize, what that difference is, just all that kind of fun stuff. How about the nice little wheels up charge out of the right side? 34 green, and then it'll go 640 at 105 miles an hour. For Ariel, it's going to be a 632 at 108 miles an hour, and that's going to bring out Candy Graham. Speaking of land sharks,
All right, you got that deal under control? Yes. I'll be back down there.
John Cazzetti, we were talking about the actual shark logo with the Candy Graham, the throwback to the old Saturday Night Live skit. Love the fact that on the side of the land shark had to go with Candy Graham. Candy Graham. You got Henry Roberson rolling up right side. The Mustang out of Highlands, California, that small block Ford. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Hey, racers, guess what? Guess what? It's time. 64 car, I'm trying to talk. They're doing burnout. 64 car shootout. 64 car shootout. Let's get our time run into lanes 3 and 4, please. 64 car shootout. Time run to lanes 3 and 4, please. So if you are part of our 64 car shootout racing for that $20,000 in the West Coast bracket races, 64 car shootout, let's get you headed into lanes 3 and 4, please. 64 car shootout to lanes 3 and 4, please. Come on down. Henry's going to go 733 down the racetrack as Joy Cazzetti and Chris Citro will square off. Joy coming in out of Colorado. Citro from just down the road. Citro puts on something that's grown into a pretty major event here at Tucson Dragway. It's that Arizona Pit Crew Challenge. They bring like high school shop teams from around the country to participate in pit crew challenges, which is why it's called the Arizona Pit Crew Challenge. But they all gather up here at Tucson Dragway, and all of those high school teams get to compete for some pretty cool prizes. It's grown into quite the event, and Citro being a teacher, it was actually, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like a semifinalist or nominated for like Teacher of the Year. So a quick little mop up there after Joy Cazzetti makes her run out of the right side. But once again, 64 car shootout. If you are in the 64 car shootout, it is time to make your way to lanes 3 and 4 for your time run. Again, we'll continue on a little bit farther along with our test and tune. We'll roll cars out of lanes 7 and 8 where they're lined up now. But our 64 car shootout contestants, we're getting you headed into lanes 3 and 4, please. Again, if you are kind of just joining along, as I know that we've about doubled the number of folks that are watching online currently. We have had to make some adjustments to what the plan for the weekend was. Originally, we were going to have kind of a $10,000 to win Super Pro and $5,000 to win Pro Day here on Friday, but weather prompted us to make some adjustments to that. Weren't able to get all the testing and tuning and the shootouts in yesterday, so those got pushed to today. We will go ahead and complete the shootouts today along with some additional test and tune. Then we're going to go ahead and roll what was have been Friday's race into Sunday. It'll be a double up day type Sunday. So basically Saturday is good for 20 grand in Super Pro, and Sunday is going to be good for 20 grand in Super Pro. So as we make our way through the rounds of the shootout today, in between those rounds, we're going to continue on with test and tune. So we pretty much should have traffic rolling down the racetrack every minute of every day. Well, every minute of today, in between the shootouts and the test and tune, until we wrap up and find out who's going home with the 20 grand in the 64 car shootout and who's going home with the 5 grand in the 32 car shootout. Once again, the 32 car shootout, we had opened the entries up until 3 o'clock, so that's a little over an hour from now. So you basically have 1 hour. I know that we're already over the 32 car mark. It will be a chip draw to determine which 32 cars are going to be racing in that. But if you are interested in getting into that, I mean, the only way to make sure that you've got a shot at getting into that is to be on the list. If you're not on the list, you're guaranteed to not be in. So you've got about an hour left to make your way up to the Nitro Club. Pay your entry fee, get on the list, and then if your name is drawn as part of that chip draw, or your number is drawn as part of that chip draw, you will be part of that 32 car field. So let's get our 64 cars for the $20,000 to win West Coast bracket race shootout. Into lanes 3 and 4, please, is Rick Feaster and Mark Barnhart. Will be the two to take to the line now after the quick little mop-up down there in the starting line. Feaster has got to the, well, he's saying it's a 60. I thought 64 was the first year that Chevy really put out the Nova. Well, maybe it was 63, but I thought it was 64. Mark Barnhart has got his dragster over on the right side. Mark. 21 red. Feaster was a touch late on the let-go, but runs 593 at 117 miles an hour. Mark goes 471 at 146 miles an hour. That'll bring out Daryl Dinkle and Stephanie Paz. You can see Dennis standing alongside behind watching his car. Dennis, who for the longest time was piloting that El Camino, has since turned over the controls to daughter Stephanie, and that's kind of a cool deal. Daryl Dinkle out of Mac, Colorado. I don't know where Mac is. Where's Mac? 62 is the first? I don't know why I had 64 stuck in my head. But if 62 is the first, I'll go with you. And if that's, if your screen name is kind of a play on Tostito, I'm good with that. Unless I'm just reading that totally wrong. But I like it. Everybody likes Tostitos. Daryl was 20 green, goes 685 at 100 miles an hour. Stephanie. Yeah, shoot. Puts up a good lap as Arthur Blea and his El Camino and Tim Wirtz. Ooh. Blea with a whole lot of tire spin leaving the starting line. Then kind of scoots over towards the middle of the racetrack. Tim Wirtz on the other side. 004, 526. Straight down the middle of the racetrack. But Blea, and almost did a second burnout. as he left the starting line. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to start putting little hash marks down here. What is there more of here, El Caminos or Landshark dragsters? So what have I think? We've seen about 3 Landshark dragsters and 3 El Caminos so far. Tina Arendt, 13 red, goes 478, 144 out of the right side of the racetrack in the dragster. Russ Hines in the Firebird was 38 green, and then goes 691 at 99 miles an hour down the left side of the racetrack as Carlos Lopez and Sasha Hofer. Sasha over on the right, Carlos in the Pinto. Out of the left lane. Carefully off and away. Sasha's better on the tree by 38 thousandths of a second with the 042 reaction time. Runs 750 at 89 miles an hour. Carlos Lopez goes 798 at 87 miles an hour. I'll bring up the Motorcraft car. How about that throwback? Throwback paint job on the 86 Thunderbird, 460 cubic inches worth of Ford between the front quarter panels for Greg Braun and for Lane Ingo. Is it Ingo? Ingo? Iko? Ane? I'm not sure. How does that song go? Either way. Lane in the dragster. Greg in the Thunderbird. Lane misses the tree by just 2 thousandths of a second. Greg puts up a 009 and runs 550 with an 8 at 125 miles an hour. Lane goes 479 at a $144 as Ethan Bourne. And Tony Marconi. Tony put that new wrap on the car. I got to say that's it's an impressive looking wrap, but I do think I miss seeing kind of the yellow primered look of the old Plymouth Arrow. Tony's going to leave early by 8 thousandths of a second. Ethan Bourne out of Riverton, Utah. 005 on the tree, and then goes at 521 at 134 miles an hour. Bring up Chance Parker. At Aurora, Utah, Larry Cannon. Coming in that 454 cubic inch Chevelle left side. Cannon's 005 green, Chance 003 red. Huh. Let's just say the majority of folks have obviously either had the morning to take several naps, just got their mind in the right spot, whatever, but for several folks, with it being their first hit, their first opportunity at the racetrack, already seeing everybody just floating around where they want to be on that tree. A lot of the 00 reaction times, a little bit red sometimes, but everybody seems to be getting things figured out here pretty quickly. Is that Denal? Rife? I'm going to kind of guess something like that. Out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Right side of the racetrack, he's got that black striped red Camaro. And Riley Learcamp. Riley, who is staging up the family drags from the left side, is going to be 10 green. Then all 69 green goes 708, 96 miles an hour. Riley 10 green goes 465 at 147 miles an hour. So we got Patrick Reif in his 67 Chevy 2. And a guy who I do not envy, like in the least bit. You got to think about, you had the name Justin Beaver. That was your name forever and ever and ever since the day you were born. And then some dude out of Canada comes rolling in, and it's close enough that you're like, come on, really? But Justin, 006 red, and then goes 698, 96 miles an hour. Patrick, 20 red, and then goes 630 at 109 miles an hour. Now, is somebody like playing a game here? Because left side of the racetrack in the dragster is Jose Luis Garcia Cano. Right side, in the topless orange roadster, is apparently Jose Luis Garcia, without the Cano. So you've got Jose Luis Garcia on one side, Jose Luis Garcia on the other side, both out of Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico, represent Team Mexico. That's made their way up here. Jose on the left is 12 green. Jose on the right is 23 green. And Jose in the door car goes 531 at 131 miles an hour. Jose in the dragster goes 507 at 135 miles an hour. And that's a lot of Jose. That is a lot of Jose going on right there. But that's perfectly okay. Phil Coleman leaves green by 90 thousandths of a second. Driver on the right side puts up a 23 red and will go 823 at 85 miles an hour. Coleman in his 67 Chevelle, 611 at 113 miles an hour. And we've got another lost and found item. I don't know if our original lost and found item ever got claimed. It did not. Yeah, that's true. So again, we were talking a minute ago, we've got an additional lost and found item. If you have lost your tire pressure gauge, it was found and has been returned up here to the tower. So if you are short a tire pressure gauge, come on up here to the tower, describe it. We'll happily return it to you. As Paul Dowdy goes 493 at 137 miles an hour out of Centerville, Utah. Brian Stifler, 002 on the tree, and then goes 476
Chad, you got a copy, Chad?
at 145 miles an hour. So Stifler, 002 and 476. Dowdy, 11 green and 493. That moves us into Ryan Wilson. And Emmett McKillop Emmett, the dragster out of Washington, right side. Willis. That's a mean leaving machine. That is a mean leaving machine. I like it. How about Emmett McKillop? We've seen a couple of 001 reaction times already this morning. Emmett goes trip zip perfect on his test and tune run and runs 528, 138 miles an hour. Ryan Wilson puts up the 009 reaction time. And from what I'm hearing communication-wise, back and forth, we've got a little bit longer to run in our test and tune, just to get a few additional cars down the racetrack. And then we are going to turn loose our 64 cars for their time run. How about another 001? So I can't even count the number of, 00 reaction times we've already seen this morning. Vic Blea goes 001 on the tree, and then 543 at 124 miles an hour. Mustang on the left side was 79 green and runs 6:45 at 106 miles an hour. There's Darren Taylor and Danny Nolan. Taylor in the Firebird out of Idaho, 009 red. Danny Nolan in the Mustang out of New Mexico. Has an 8:85 reaction time and then goes 6:17 down the racetrack. Hold on, somebody's knocking at the door. So Darren Taylor, after being 009 red, runs a 562 at 123 miles an hour. Danny Nolan, 885 at 885 was the reaction time, and then 617 at 115 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Pat Marback, who is the Super Pro Track Champion here at Tucson Dragway. Going up against Rick Sugahara. Says Sugi. On the side of the car, both those drivers leave a little bit early. Sugi goes 658, 105 miles an hour. Marbeck goes 519, 134 miles an hour. And hey, racers, your attention, please. Racers, while it is quiet, just wanted to send a little reminder that here at Tucson Dragway, when you are exiting off the top end of the racetrack, the left lane has the right of way. So the left lane gets the option to go first. Just kind of keep that in mind. Apparently we've had, well, let's just say at least one situation develop at the top end of the racetrack that what's the word I'm looking for? Justified a reminder. So we have had one deal up at the top end of the racetrack that justified a reminder here that as you are exiting off the top end of the racetrack, the left lane has right of way. So if you're in the right lane, basically you need to yield to the racer in the left lane. That way we don't have any unnecessary incidents down at the top end. So with that, we are taking a pause in our test and tune activity. And getting into our shootout. This is the time run for our 64-car shootout. $20,000 to win here at the West Coast Bracket Races. Southwest Showdown here today. Scott Taylor coming in out of Montana in the Chevelle over on the right side, and Chris Vels, the Chevy on the left side. It's an 0:53 reaction time for Vels and a 6:52 at a $1:06 for Scott Taylor. 002 on the tree. And then 690 at 99 miles an hour as we roll our first two down the racetrack. Steve, I certainly hope that I do not have to make that announcement. That would be like kind of crazy, kind of wild, kind of weird, but it is something that you might have to do. Again, if you have to remind folks that there is no U-turn allowed on the racetrack, that's kind of weird, but if you got to do it, you got to do it. How about Orlando Galvez, that front engine ride? That is just a cool piece of machinery. 88 green, goes 567 at 122 miles an hour. James Gonzalez in the Vega was 38 green. So 0.05 of a second better, and then goes 654 at 104, and now, this is what I'm talking about. Is it 63 cars and one bike shootout? Or are we going to have, maybe Wes Millward on his bike in the shootout? I don't know. But it's definitely at least 63 cars and one bike. Because David Herman has got the 2005 Suzuki lining up on the right side of the racetrack, part of the time runs for the $20,000 to win shootout. Drake Herman in his Chevy Vega. Reaction time started with a 4. David's reaction time started with a 1 as the bike will run 657 at 112 miles an hour. Drake goes 709 at 98 miles an hour. And I love that. That's just nuts. That you would have to make an announcement about do not do a U-turn on the racetrack. Why? Why would you have to remind people of that? I don't know. All right, so apparently we didn't make that cutoff yet. Let's just, never mind. We haven't started the shootout yet. Howard DeVore and Jeff Ratz. All right. Oh, we'll clear that up. Not yet into the 64-car shootout. Time run. That's all good. It's all good. So with Jeff Ratz going 14 green and then 689 at 97 miles an hour. Howard DeVore 53 green and then runs 839 for the dog. Uh-oh. Oh. That's not quite what we wanted to see out of kid's car. the Nova. Makes it about 100 feet down the racetrack and immediately has to pull over. Comes to a stop, going to look underneath of it. Kid was 002 on the tree, so definitely did the job down here, but the car, about the time it got to the Christmas tree, decided it was done. Joe very quickly getting off the gas, getting it pulled over to the side, just in case there's anything going on there, trying to minimize the amount of cleanup time that would have to take place. So I definitely hate to see the fact that kid's car is uncooperative so early on in the weekend. But I definitely give a tip of the cap to Joe for getting it pulled over as quickly as he did, and making sure that everything was okay under the car. It's still just kind of trying to decide. It's limping its way down the racetrack. But apparently there was no kind of an issue with the anything coming out. I don't know how much farther he is going to make it. He's come to a stop yet again, and probably a wise thing to get a little assistance. That way if there is something that's going on with the car, we're not making it any worse, and it'll give him an opportunity to get it back and get it fixed. Carlos Ortiz was 42 green and then goes 6 to 64 at 102 miles an hour. We've got one pair, so in correction on what we had earlier, had a little bit of a miscue in that we had started that 64 car time run, hadn't started it yet. They are one pair back. So we got what's in the water box here, and then we'll be getting into our 64 car shootout. At least, that's what I've been told again. So we'll try that here for a minute. So again, we should have our all 64 of those cars back there in the staging lanes getting ready to make their time run. We'll give our safety team an opportunity to help Joe off the racetrack, and then we'll get back after it. So while it is quiet, again, the concession stand is open. I'm still awaiting word. I don't know if the, Coffee to Cones is going to be open here, whether they open up tomorrow. But I certainly am looking forward to some of that. And at some point, I'll probably sneak down and raid Chad's ice chest. Just because we can. Just because we can. So it looks like they've got Joe's car hooked up. They're making their way towards the other end of the racetrack. And we'll get after it again here soon. So Larry Pittenger and Luis Ortiz are going to be our quote-unquote real Final two before we break into our 64-car shootout. Luis in the Plymouth. Over on the right side. Larry Pittenger in the Camaro on the left side. Ortiz is going to go 634 at 107 miles an hour. Pittenger runs 660 at 102 miles an hour. And you remember earlier when I was telling you about the picture that Chad had texted me about a racer who had run into a little bit of an issue with a flat tire, was sitting over the Goodyear trailer, and they were getting him taken care of? Not only did they get him taken care of, they got him taken care of quickly enough that it was in the very first pair of the 64-car shootout time run. Gabe Hernandez, who's got that S10 sitting over the left side, moments ago was back there at the Goodyear trailer getting everything fixed up so that he could show up here for the time run. Alexis Thompson, part of that Silver State team, going to be in the dragster over on the right side. Again, talking about racers that have come up through the ranks of the juniors. Alexis, her sister Morgan, both used to run junior dragsters and have now basically grown up, have got families of their own. I was able to actually formally, I guess I should say, formally meet Alexis's husband this morning, which is a pretty cool thing. So Gabe Hernandez, 25 green, goes 626 at 108 miles an hour. On the opposite side, in our very first pair of time runs, Alexis Thompson put up a trip zip perfect reaction time and then goes 464 at 149 miles an hour. So we start off time runs for the 64-car shootout with a perfect reaction time as Billy McDaniel in his two-tone Chevy 2. Going to roll up here on the left side, and Darren O'Connor out of, would you say Pononka? Pononka? I don't know, it's Canadian. So I'm not sure what you would call it. O'Connor's going to be 14 red. Billy McDaniel will work on tightening up the reaction time a little bit with the 063 reaction time, and then goes 694 at 97 miles an hour. Darren goes 479 at 144 miles an hour. But again, I was cruising in here late last night and drove over, I don't know, whatever it is, on the 10 between Phoenix and here. There's some little, like there's an RV park up there, I don't know. The only thing that crossed my mind was like Pikachu Peak. I don't think that's what it was. Everybody's got their weird way of saying things, and it's just, trying to announce or trying to pronounce some of the city names up there in Washington's weird as well. Gabriel Hernandez, Jason Pat on the right side, 23 green, 462, 149 miles an hour. Hernandez is 19 green, and then goes 611 down the racetrack in the S10, and another one apparently trying to scuff in 3 new sets of tires, all in one run. That burnout went all the way down to like 330 feet for Greg Christensen out of Strasburg. And that TNT-built dragster over on the right side. Speaking of the happy birthday shout-out that happened earlier, it's Jeremy Plyler. Plyler, who was trying to make it a really nice birthday. I mean, $20,000 would make a really nice birthday present. It would make a really nice birthday present. That's one way to get after it. 001 on the tree for Jeremy. Greg Christensen was 8th thou behind with a 009 reaction time as he goes 462 at 149 miles an hour in the dragster. Jeremy in the Nova is 001 on the tree. And then runs 594 at 113 miles an hour. Again, making our way through our 64-car shootout. The time run for them here today is Zach Harshbarger and Rick Marcy on the left side, blue dragster. Harshbarger on the right side, the M&M built car. Marcy's 007 green. Harshbarger is like really early. Like not quite LB3A, not quite left before third amber, but approaching that. He goes 493, 139 miles an hour. Marcy 007, and then zips through down at the finish line as Rodney Snyder rolls up in his topless Camaro. The Scotty Muffler car. Oh! Do we have a poodle? Yeah, we got a little poodle from underneath Mitch Marcy's car.
Take a look underneath that car. Don't look under that drag to make sure it's not leaking anything.
So we're going to have to take a quick little look at that while they get out the mops and a little bit of the lacquer thinner. So, hey, while it is quiet while we're waiting on this, again, we made an announcement earlier about left lane having the right-of-way when exiting the racing surface. Racers, your attention, please. And this is for all racers on property. Racers, your attention, please. We need you to leave all your safety equipment on until you are safely off of the racing surface. Please do not remove your helmet or your gloves or your seat belts, any of your safety equipment until you have exited the racetrack, please. So again, it's one of those reminders that you are not allowed to take off any of your safety equipment until you have made that left turn up at the top of the racetrack and have given the left lane right away. We'll leave it at that. Marcy left side with a 41 light. Snyder right side with a 35 light. Snyder's going to run 5:15. At 140 miles an hour. Marcy is going to go 485 at 143 miles an hour. That's right. Dude, please don't take off your helmets. Blue hay ball. Curtis Cinzalita. Cinzalita 19 red, and then 592, 114 miles an hour in the Road Runner. Blue hay ball, 19 green, and 608 at 112 miles an hour is Ryan O'Connor. Rolls up on the right side. Left side is Shane Molinari's car. And I don't really remember if this is the fast one. I mean, both of his cars are fast, but We're about to find out. O'Connor 001, another of the Ponca, Alberta-based cars, goes 455 at 151 miles an hour. Molinari is 13 green and goes 452 at 152 miles an hour. I'll bring out Judge Shoup and Karen Snyder. Snyder on the right in the Corvette. Shoup on the left in the Landshark, and unofficially again with my count. With my count, we're still kind of even. What, 3 Landsharks, 3 El Caminos? I know it matters for nothing, but just one of those things to look at. We've got an even count between El Caminos and Landshark dragsters right now. 22 green for Judge Shoup, 476, 145 miles an hour. Karen Snyder puts up the 002 reaction time and then goes 539 at 128 miles an hour. I would have to agree. For those of you that are watching on the live chat, on the live feed, and participating, even if you're not participating in the live feed, or in the live chat, that's what I'm going to say. Chat bleachers, that's what I'm going to say. Whether you have commented in the chat bleachers or not, if you are watching online, and I don't even know if my number is appropriate or accurate up here, but 308 currently showing as watching. I'm sure there's more than that. And so far there have only been like 80 of you that have hit the like button. I'm going to make it 81. Hopefully the rest of you make it way more than 81. Brad Pierce in that Corvette. 22 green and 650 down the racetrack at 115 miles an hour. Josh Herman, 12 green, and then runs 450 at 153 miles an hour. So 2 seconds quicker for the dragster Josh Herman, and 1/100th of a second faster in reaction time is Tim O'More and Marco Pervolaris. Tim, who has, let's just say, been very, very happy with his big buck bracket racing results at the Southwest Showdown down here in Tucson, as well as some of the other success that he's found running at things like the Thanksgiving Nationals and Flings, and let's just say the dragster's been pretty good to him. Kind of like, who was it that says baseball's been very, very good to me? Drag racing has been very, very good to Tim O'More. Marco Pervolaris jumping back in the dragster here this weekend, leaves 0.08 of a second too soon, and it's pretty much like David and Lela and Marco. They're down here getting things taken care of on the racetrack while Dad is back home making sure that the business stays operating. So, Dad, if you're listening in, we miss you, but totally understand. You got to be that, responsible adult in the group, and we appreciate you being the responsible adult in the group while Lela and David and Marco are down here doing their thing. So we miss you. Hopefully you get out here soon. Tim O'More, 19 green, 503, 137 miles an hour. Marco 008 red goes 466. As Victoria Christensen and Phil Garrison. Garrison sitting in the water box waiting for a quick little mop job to be taken care of in his side of the racetrack as the Colorado-based runner. In the dragster, already up near the starting line on the right side. Well, I agree with you, Barn. And I'm going to say thank you to those in the chat bleachers that have reached up. I mean, it's a one-touch deal, right? You use your little finger. You go up to the little thumbs up that's on the screen. You punch that, and then the number goes up. Why did it just go down? We shouldn't be going down. We should be going up. Right? We got now 318 people watching. Just hit the little thumbs up button. Give them a little like. Give them a little love. Especially for what they're doing and bringing you the drag racing. It's pretty cool. Just thumbs up. Victoria leaves almost 0.8 of a second early and goes 550 at 147 miles an hour. Phil Garrison was 0.005 of a second early. That would be funny. 005 red and then goes 557 at 124 miles an hour. Victoria was 791 red and 550 at 147 miles an hour as we bring out Chris Whitfield. Speaking of folks that have found a lot of success at the Southwest Showdown and West Coast Bracket Race Series events, Mr. Whitfield. And I can't help but say like that, Whitfield, for those of you that know the whole Cool Whip reference. It would be great. Barn, I misread that for a moment. Which was funny. Dragster on the left side, 008 green, 501, 146 miles an hour. Whitfield is 11 green and goes 468 at 147 miles an hour. Barn, I misread your comment in the chat bleachers to say turn off the boards until the announcing improves, which I would agree with. I thought that's, again, skimming through rather than reading it in its entirety. But I would have totally agreed with you. Just turn it all off until the announcing improves, because it's terrible. Lynn Adams and Nathan Bradford. Bradford over on the right side. He's got that 79 Camaro out of Kalispell, Montana. Big block Chevrolet, 555 cubic inches. Going up against Lynn Adams in the Camaro, another 011 reaction time. Up on the board this time, it belongs to Bradford. Lynn Adams is 008 green and 596 at 114 miles an hour. There we go. I like the way the number is climbing. The number is climbing. We're up to, from what I'm seeing on my screen, 109 likes. Still got 308 people in the room. We're still 200 short, 201 short. But that's what we need. Just punch the like button, get those numbers up there. We appreciate that. Kevin Johnson, Ken Sweo. Sweo out of Oregon. The Mercury Capri. That is by far, one of my favorite race cars that I've seen, whether it's here, Vegas, whatever. The paint job on it, just the lines of the, and I didn't even know Mercury Capris existed until I saw Ken Sweo's car. That thing is beautiful. Kevin Johnson, out of Draper, Utah, the American-built dragster on the right side. 007 is the reaction time for Kevin. Ken Sweo is 3 times that with the 021 reaction time and goes 603 at 114 miles an hour. Kevin goes 468 at 147 miles an hour. Shane, I appreciate that. I was not fishing for any kind of a response like that. I just was saying what I misread Barnes' comment, and I laughed out loud because I thought it was funny. I thought it was awesome. Thought it was great. So Johnson goes 468, Sweo goes 603 is the bomb pop. Kyle Fritz, who's got the most accurate and convincing weather system on Earth. Pops that door open, sticks his hand out to the side, checks to see if there's a breeze, says, yeah, okay, we're good. I love it. So it's Kyle Bomb Pop Fritz. Where did we come up with Bomb Pop? I need to know that. And David Meyer. David the Machine. Mr. Meyer and the dragster. Rolling up on the right side. They both take a swing at the tree and leave a little bit early. David is 008 early. Kyle's 002 early as he goes 675 out of the left lane. David goes 485 out of the right lane. You're talking about the Machine, who has picked up a, good chunks of money from time to time. I mean, I like the dragster. But David's other car's pretty cool, too. Just that little black bullet. That thing's awesome. Thanks, Randy. I did not know that that was a piece of Jeff's work. It makes sense, because Jeff is a fantastic and extremely talented painter. Everything he's ever touched is beautiful, so that makes perfect sense that he's the one that put the paint down on Ken Sweo's cars. Chuck Hawk Jr., Nick Downing. This is Chuck's turf. That little pickup truck is bad to the bone, and with Chuck behind the wheel, it's sweet. 13 green for Chuck, 16 green for Nick, as Downing's going to go 483 at 142 miles an hour. Chuck is 13 green and goes 506 at 138 miles an hour. Then we'll bring out the other Joe kid. And Greg Hicks. Greg out of the right lane this time. Bought that car brand new, and over the last couple of weeks, whether it was up at home in Vegas, trying to just get things figured out, really feels like the car should be running a little bit quicker than it has been. Now trying to get it running where he feels like it needs to be. 15 green for Greg, 27 green for Joe Kidd in the pickup truck. As Joe is going to go 635 at 107 miles an hour. Greg Hicks goes 488 at 140 miles an hour. I'll bring up Dustin Wirtz and Shane Carr. Start to see some of those fly-in drivers that have made their way across the country. Shane coming in out of Alabama. I was talking with him a little bit this morning, and I got to tell you, I'd always thought about, Tennessee, stuff like that if we were to move off of the West Coast, but the way he described where he's at, I think I got a pretty good deal there for he and Carrie and the family. It's pretty cool. 004 for Shane Carr. 002 for Dustin Wirtz. Dustin, who, what was it, down in Fontana several years back, actually ended up racing himself in the final at one of the West Coast Classics. When you put a couple of heavy hitters like that on the starting line, even at a time run, they're out to butcher each other. Shane, 004, goes 447. Dustin at 002 goes 449. I'll bring out Dustin Henches. And the dragster out of Washington and Hank Pramov rolling back up in his Vega. Out of Colorado. And yes, I know I'm probably a little bit behind because of the delayed feed, but Chad did zoom in on the funny car body that they put on top of the roof between the two lanes. That's appropriate. It's appropriate. Pramov 007, 587.0, 120 miles an hour. Dustin 24 green, and then goes 514 at 134 miles an hour. I mean, I'll toss that question out to the chat bleachers. What would you do if you had a spare funny car buddy just laying around? Where would you put it? You would put it on top of the shade in the middle of the lanes at your racetrack, of course, because you could. Just saying. Just saying, that's what you would do with it. JR Learcamp and Tim Wirtz. So Dustin going to be driving the dragster here in the 64-car shootout. Tim getting behind the wheel of the family roadster, the Corvette, with a 003 react. So what? Dustin was 002, Tim's 003. Tim goes 523, 131 miles an hour. JR Learcamp, 25 green and 477 and 144 miles an hour. On my golf cart. I like that. So we're going to be making our way through time runs here in the 64-car shootout. Paul Lorton, Tony Marconi. Marconi over on the right side in the Arrow. Lorton in the dragster. Barn, if you've got a living room that is big enough to put that funny car body in, without taking up like half the room, you could like still get around it. That would make a pretty awesome coffee table, I'm just saying. Well, both drivers were 13 on the tree. Paul Lorton was 13 green, goes 484 at 143 miles an hour. Marconi was 13 red, and then goes 604. I'm with you. I think anybody would love to have just kind of a spare body, and I don't mean like a body of like dead body, but a funny car body or something to hang on the wall of the shop. That would be great. Andy Kadar, Dennis Paz. Kadar's back in his GTO, and Dennis, who was swapped spots with Stephanie, rolls up behind the wheel of the El Camino. Andy's 34 green, Dennis Paz in the El Camino 009. 695, 97 miles an hour will wrap up the run. For Dennis Paz, Andy Kadar, 34 green. And then goes .869 is Skylar Barichko. Skylar in the S10, 408 small block Chevrolet. For the racer on the left side, out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and KJ Desa rolling up in the dragster on the right. Skylar, 001 on the red side, and then goes 660 at 103 miles an hour. KJ was 13 green, and then puts up a 491 at 137 miles an hour to bring up Ethan Bourne and Alonso Sanchez. So as Alonso and Ethan get the car staged up, we've made a lot of progress on the like button for those of you that are watching online. Well, I think we started somewhere around like 83, 84. Well, I'm at 81, so we were at 81, and we've already jumped up to 132. We've still got 200 more people watching than that, so there's still 200 of you that need to push that little thumbs up. And that would be great. Alonso, 18 green, 488 at 140 miles an hour. Ethan Bourne, 28 green. And then goes 507 at 135 miles an hour. As Darren Taylor and Chase Learcamp going to be our next two. And while they make their way out of the burnout box, up towards the starting line, again, want to put a big shout out and a huge thank you to the folks at Holly. And to the folks at Optima Batteries for being on board to sponsor our live feed here this weekend. So huge thanks to Holly and Optima Batteries for making sure that everything is A-OK. And speaking of things maybe not being A-OK, we're going to have to take a pause and send a quick scouting crew down the racetrack. You can see what it's sitting about just past the 330-foot mark, or just past the 660, excuse me. Outside the groove, what do you find? What kind of treasures have been retrieved from the racetrack? Was it a neck brace? Was it somebody's neck? All right. So, basically at this point in time, we are at a racetrack. If you have not yet put your name down on the list for the 32-car Pro Shootout, and you were debating or were thinking about doing it, it is now a race. There is 7 minutes left. Chris is going to be leaving the tower, headed over to the Nitro Club to get the list, take care of the draw, do all of that kind of stuff. So if you were debating on getting your name on that list, you are now racing Chris to the Nitro Club, because if he gets there before you do, you won't be able to get on the list. I'm just saying. 3 o'clock was the close time, and we're approaching at 3 o'clock. Darren Taylor, 23 green, 561 in the Firebird, out of the right side. Chase Learcamp puts up the second perfect reaction time of the 64-car shootout time runs. But Alexis Thompson, first car out of the box, was trip zip perfect. Chase Learcamp goes trip zip perfect, and then goes 465 at 148 miles an hour to finish up his lap. We'll bring out Dave Moser and Mark Barnhart. Moser left side, Barnhart right side. Moser puts up a 003 reaction time. After his 003 light, goes 488 at 140 miles an hour. His Mark Barnhart was 41 green, and then goes 470 at $146. Scott Taylor.
Honestly, if they can put the max speed.
Scott Taylor, 004 red, will finish up his run with a 686 right at 100 miles an hour. Shane Thompson, part of that Silver State group, who has done a lot, and I mean a lot, for the West Coast bracket races over the years. Definitely appreciate their continued support as he goes 471.0 at 147 miles an hour. And again, down here in the Southwest, just saying. Just saying. I know they're in Arizona. I know they're in Utah. I know they're in Nevada because I use them all the time. But when you need a little bit of help with either your plumbing or your air conditioning, you should call, just like we say, hey, if you're shopping for parts for your race car, call those that support what you're doing. If you need help with your air conditioning or your plumbing, call those that support what you're doing, and that's Silver State. Paul Dowdy, 009. Dragster out of the right lane, 491, 138 miles an hour, will finish up Dowdy's run. Chance Parker was 26 green, and then goes 622 at 109 miles an hour. So we're going to bring up Nico Engler out of Beaver, Minnesota. And Ryan Wilson in the Camaro out of Colorado. I dig the way Ryan's car leaves the starting line. It's just clean. I don't know if you'd really describe it as grippy, but the thing just hooks, and it just looks so pretty leaving the starting line. Maybe that's not the word you want to use. It's clean. I like it. I like it. 11 red for Ryan Wilson. Don't like that part, but 546, 127 miles an hour for Ryan. Nico is 670 down the racetrack, and then goes 102 miles an hour. On top of that, I like that. It hooks and books. Yes, it does. Hooks and cooks, hooks and books, whatever it is you want to say. So again, talking about a lot of those racers that are flying in, several of those racers happen to be piloting cars that are fielded by Shane Thompson. So we had Sugar Shane Carr in one of Shane Thompson's cars. We've now got Jeff Serra in one of Shane Thompson's cars over on the right side, and Larry Pittenger in his Camaro based out of Glendale, Arizona over on the left side. Larry's 009 green, Jeff Serra's 005 green. Serra's going to run 465 at 147 miles an hour. Larry goes 645 at 104 miles an hour. And kind of what I'm looking at with Henry Overson over on the right side. And I believe that is G Money. Right? G Money. Gabe Torres rolling up on the left side. Pre-stage, and I believe this is our final pair. So 004 on the red side for G Money. 11 green on the right side for Henry Overson, and that will put a wrap on our 64-car shootout time run. And as we had said, we're basically going to kind of like alternate between the 64-car shootout and continuing on with test and tune throughout the day. So we're going to get back into some more of our test and tune. And as we had mentioned, just going to kind of put our 64-car shootout competitors, 64-car shootout contestants. So for the 20K shootout, I'm going to start calling it 20K. That's more fun. It's more fun to call it the 20K shootout than it is to say 64 cars. So the 20K shootout, 20K shootout. Let's go ahead and let you know you got 20 minutes. 20 minutes from now, we're going to start calling you back into the staging lanes, so please be ready. 20K shootout racers.
Do you remember announcing a Stifler or
So Baron Barler and Jeff Safranek. Jeff in the Mustang. Baron Barler is 003 or 001 red. Jeff Safranek is 004 green. That's going to work. I don't know if it's maybe, I mentioned it, he's saying I'm too close to the mic. Not sure. Could also be kind of like the FM signal that they're picking it up on. But if you're saying it sounds like I'm in a helicopter, we got to always do that whole thing where you're just like, we're reporting to you live from up here in the air. Barron runs 6:63, 105 as Leroy Duran and Jennifer. Jennifer over to right lane. Leroy, who always seems to be sticking around late in the rounds, especially down here in Tucson. Pulling up in the left lane as we are back into our test and tune portion. Again, those 64 drivers, all part of that 20K shootout, the $20,000 shootout. You are on the clock. About 20 minutes, we'll start calling you back in, making sure that you are ready to go for round number 1. Again, for our 64 20K shootout contestants. Remember that here at Tucson Dragway, we're going to be looking for your dial-ins on the left side of the car as you come out of the staging lanes. Clock operator will be seated to your left. We want to make sure that the car number and dial-in are written clearly on that left side of your car. Jennifer Kidd was 15 red, goes 5:37. Leroy Duran was 005 red and puts up a 5:06. We'll bring out Caitlin Tripp in the Quick Trip 1965 Georgia Satellite. All right, maybe it's not the Georgia Satellite, but it's immediately what pops to mind, the Georgia Satellites. Aren't they the ones that did something about like a little change in my pocket going jing-a-ling-a-ling? Well, the Quick Trip car is cool. Victoria Christensen in the dragster out of Colorado. First trip down the racetrack. Let's just say that reaction time was nowhere near what they were really looking for. Just nowhere.
We're starting our timer over. This is actually the last pair.
Oh, this is...
Yeah, they had to sneak in, so we just got to start our timer over.
What?
Yeah, they had a problem and they're rerunning it.
We've been dealing with a lot of false alarms. That's okay. That's okay. Caitlin, 25 green, 614. Victoria, 29 green, and goes 472. Now, I'm going to check again. Just to verify. We're 100% sure now, right? Oh. Wow. You got to love what happens. First of all, you got to love what happens behind the scenes at a race in the tower. We've said it before, I'll say it again. That's why there are switches on the microphone so you can turn them on and off. The other thing you got to love is when, like Keoki Desa rolls up in his purpose-built dragster and Jose Luis Garcia rolls up in the Dodge. Is that one of the Hellcat ones?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like it.
I'm looking for the emblem and oh, there it is.
This track guy doing is gonna shoot this.
Yeah, man, that's one of them demons. Holy. So a street legal demon Charger.
I'm gonna look into that car.
That's a 4-door. That's like a family car. That's a family car that the 8th was just doing 108 miles an hour. 660 feet to 108 miles an hour. At 647. Wow. I always thought that, that was kind of That changed my mind about a Charger. Keoki goes 450 at 151 miles an hour. But who would have thunk it? Kind of like, what's the Jeep that's got, can't remember which Jeeps got in it. It's almost like that SRT Dakota.
Definitely street legal in Mexico.
I don't know what's not street legal in Mexico. I mean, you can strap like 6 chickens to the front of a little red wagon, and that's street legal in Mexico. 17 on the tree. Out of the left lane goes 485 at 142 miles an hour. 43 green. Out of the right side is Mark Johns and John and Tripp. Huh. The Tripps have got some class. They've got some style. Look at this 500 cubic inch Hemi. Throwback paint job with a quick trip. 67 Dart going up against Mark Johns' 66 Mustang. We're going to chip draw live up here in the tower. Dude, look at you with this full-on, like, professional poker set. Those are like heavy-weighted chips and everything.
You gotta get used for some sort of professional.
Well, think about it this way. That's it. Thank you, Ronnie. It's the Trackhawk. The Jeep Trackhawk. Appreciate that. Mark Johns 39 red goes 773 at 87 miles an hour. John Tripp 70 green and 595. I'll bring up Victor Sandoval and Luis Valenzuela. Valenzuela, Camaro out of Tucson, Sandoval and the Chevelle out of Tucson. But yeah, we're going to do the chip draw for the 32-car field, and Forsyth rolls in here with essentially a reinforced steel case full of professional-style poker chips that are actually going to be used to make somebody money instead of Chris losing a lot of money on a Saturday night. But that's good. That's why I don't play poker. Sandoval, 68 green, 603 in the Chevelle. Valenzuela, 108 on the tree, and then goes 555. There's Neil Upchurch and Bill Bollock. Bollock in the Camaro, Upchurch in the Dragster. Again, continuing on through our test and tune. Once again, for those of you that are part of our $20,000 to win 64-car shootout here today, we had made mention earlier that because of the compressed time frame due to the weather, we are looking at having about 20-minute turnarounds, so that clock has started. We are going to be looking at bringing you back into the staging lanes, and we would certainly appreciate it if you would make it back in there when we call you as quickly as possible so that we can get you paired up. We want to make absolutely certain that we get that and the 32-car shootout taken care of. Again, we are going to keep cars rolling down the racetrack throughout the day. We will interject test and tune in between rounds of the shootouts just to make sure that we keep plenty of activity on track, keep it nice and fresh. Bill Bollock, 008, goes 597 at 113 miles an hour. Neil Upchurch was 002 red and goes 535 at $128. Colin Poist and Tyler Murup. Murup, the dragster out of Sandy, Utah. Powered by 582 cubic inches worth of the Sunset power plant, the small block Chevy, 434 cubic inches for Colin. Underneath the hood of the 67 Chevy 2. Collins early by 15 thousandths of a second. Tyler is 30 green and goes 475 at 143 miles an hour. Colin goes 675 at 101 miles an hour as Mark Lalonde and Denny Valvo will be next. So Lalonde was 007 red, goes 5:52. Denny Valvo was 21 red and goes 6:30 at 113 miles an hour. Elliot Franco Sr. now backing up, got a dragster over the left side. Well, we are going to keep rolling through with test and tune. We are going to go a little bit quiet here for a moment while they run through this. We're getting things set up to do the draw, the chip draw, for the 32-car field. How many were there total? 41?
41.
41. Entries were submitted for the 32-car shootout. And again, didn't know how they did it yesterday, but lined up on the counter here are 41 poker chips, numbers 1 through 41 on them. Those are all going to get put into a hat. They will be shaken up and will be drawn, and randomly, whatever the 32 chips are that come out, I'd almost say, in order to save us some time, somebody might not like this idea, but instead of taking the time to draw 32 chips, pull 9.
That are out.
And the 9 chips that come out are out.
We're going to do that.
I'm just saying. That's basically like Survivor. You pull out somebody's number and be like, you have been eliminated. I mean, I'm just saying. Either way, it's the luck. Either way, it's the luck of the draw, right? Either way, it's the luck of the draw.
All right, Munson, get over here.
So what, we got 10 minutes before we start? Well, technically 11 minutes and 9 seconds. But we've got that. We're going to do the live draw for the 32-car field. So as we continue to roll through test and gets us straight down. Off 22, red was 5 at 90 miles an hour. Hector was 29 green and goes 771 at 85 miles an hour. So being a Vegas guy, that's why I'm like so infatuated with the quality of the chip that he's pulled out of that case. Those things are awesome. I know. They never came and got their glasses. Is that another Landshark dragster? No, we got 4 of them here. They have overtaken the El Caminos. Sammy Franco over on the right side. Side 678 after an 047 green light. Sammy Franco 569 after being 007 red. Chips are being drawn. Now everybody had a number next to their name. Hopefully you remember your number. If not, once we get all the chips drawn, then we'll remind everybody. But as we go through this, second chip to come out, number 10. Chip number 4. Chip number 13. 32. 23. I feel like I'm calling bingo or keno. Second set of 8 chips coming out of the hat right now. And the numbers are 38, 16, 27, 37, 3, 19, 22, and 18. So again, the second set of 8 chips, you had 38, 16, 27, 37, 3, 19, 22, and 18. And again, we're going to go back and we'll match this up to the list. And we'll announce the names of the drivers here in a little while. But these are basically the chips as they are being drawn in groups of 8. So again, that's 34, 11, 41, 5, 31, 24, 39, and 6. For those of you following along at home, hopefully you're doing math in your head and adding up each of those numbers. There will be a quiz. Final set, the last 8. 17, 29, 28, and the last number, 9. It's number 9. So again, that final set was 2, 8, 15, 20, 17, 29, 28, and 9. So again, we're going to go back. We will match all of that up to the full list. We'll come up with the 32 names as they line up on the entry sheet. We'll get those 32 drivers, 32 cars that are going to be able to participate in the Pro Shootout. And with that, just a little heads up, 64-car shootout, $20,000 shootout. Staging lanes. And I'm sure that you all are seeing exactly what we see, kind of a little ways across the valley, which we're hoping stays away, but just going to be ready just in case. So again, as we are preparing, again, our 64-car shootout, you are on standby. We are just under 4 minutes away from calling you into the staging lanes. Just saying. Mustang on the left side goes 6:59 at 104 miles an hour. Alex Sandlin, 002 green. in that 74 body Dart. That runs 605 at 115 miles an hour. If I'm remembering right. Coming down out of Canada, 001 red. And then goes 632 at 107 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I'll bring up Sandy right over. Sammy in the Camaro. Andy
I gotta look, because if you already have his name, here we go.
in the dragster. Well, I'm going to be Captain Obvious, because those of you that are outside already know this. We got stuff falling out of the sky.
Okay, gang, there's a little bit of the thing happening from the sky, and that means I'm going to have to tear down some stuff here, because even though I have the booth here, everything is still outside. So I'm going to try not to shut this down and to keep the Chad cam going in a minute, but I'm going to have to do some things, maybe. Right now, I'm kind of shaded, but we'll see. So hang tight, and we'll see what's going on.
Well, it's raining. He can hide out in his cave. While he's doing that, we're going to be quiet up here. Let the weather do its thing, and we're going to take a little break.
Okay, this is going to be entertaining. Sorry. Okay, this is going to be entertaining, but I'm going to unplug everything and carry this in to here so I can take the other stuff down but not shut down the feed. Because if I have to do that, we're in trouble. So this is the booth. Okay, but you guys are just going to have to sit here and watch me put stuff away, but I'll be back. Okay, so don't go anywhere. Hopefully this will only be a minute. Oh, God. Okay. Well, the most expensive things are now inside, but yeah. So if I was running this all remotely, it would be less potentially bad. But there is a, well, why am I not just showing you? Look at that. That doesn't look pretty. I don't know for sure where that is in comparison to me right this second, but I'm about to check it out on the old radars. Oh, it's this stupid. It's this. Can you see that? Yeah. So we're over roughly here. And yeah. So it's not good. But let's see how bad it's going to be. So yeah, hang out. Let's see what happens here. Let me review the radar. I have multiple power units outside that really shouldn't be outside if it's going to pour rain. Plus, 2 cameras, whatever. It's fine. So I'm looking at the radar here, and it shows this maybe smacking us. Oh, literally this little tiny dot right there. That's us. Is that tiny dot. But that big green thing over there, that's a no bueno. And that is, it says it's going to go and go that way and south and miss us. So it could be just this little thing. And if this is all it is, then I can be back up with all the cameras in, I don't know, less than 5 minutes. But it's not real good. So my booth up here is like full of things, and so let's see here if I can. Whoa, easy! Let's not drop the laptop. It matters for everything. Let's see if I can sit down in this really nasty chair that's in here. Yeah. Okay. Sitting is nice. It literally is like there's not things hitting the window anymore except like the random little drippity drip. And it's only hitting on that side, which is west. And the chingadera here, the booth, is blocking the like it's shading, if you will, because the wind is blowing that way. So it's going over my gear right now. I do have a camera down there. It's optional. It's a $500 camera, but I don't know how good it is in the water or not in the water. So yeah, so let's see. So I'm going to set you guys up so you're looking that way at the clouds of doom, and then I'm gonna go unplug that other camera and make it not be getting wet if it does get wet. But like I said, right now, according to the radar, this thing is going to skirt past us, and by skirt past us, might get the pits, but not me. So we'll see. I'll be back. I know you can't hear anything that Nate is saying. I know you guys can't hear anything else, but just hang tight. Barn, keep them entertained. Okay. Well, here we are. So they are dragging and oh, you can see that right there. They're blowing and dragging. It is not, I mean, literally, it's like random drops. So it's a torrential downpour in this one little itty bitty spot over there, but it does appear to be going south. So let's hope that is the case. Sorry, I'm trying to see here. Okay, we'll see. Sorry, gang. They are just walking up and down the track with the blower, and the tractor is dragging, and that stuff is moving south, but it's also moving east. And we do have some more drips on the window. So that window that you guys can't see out. So it's time for Ask Chad Anything. So while we wait for this water to stop spitting off out of the sky and out of these mean clouds that weren't even supposed to be here at all this afternoon. Oh, Chris Forsyth has got to be losing his mind. By the way, these Heatwave Holly sunglasses are awesome. I dig them. They're big, which I normally don't like big glasses, but I dig these. They're really nice. They're polarized and all that. They're cool. So, yeah, you can get your own at holly.com. They're cheap, too. And they have, like, not only Holly on them, but, like, Hooker and Earls and Mr. Gasket and stuff. Like, all the QuickTime, Hooker, Flowmaster, Mallory, Hayes, Super Chips, Race Pack, Sniper, MSD, Hearst, NOS, all the things. It's cool. So, yeah, don't know if you guys can. Yeah, see all those logos? Pretty cool. So, yeah. Nate, I don't know that the popping is you, but I don't know. I mean, it sounds pretty clear on my end, but I mean, it is over a radio, so, you know, it's not like your normal wonderful tones, but yeah. So, yeah, so ask Chad anything. That's what this time is. So get your groove on, and we'll answer your questions right here. If you're just joining us and you're like, what the hell is this dude doing in a booth, talking on the camera instead of doing live drag racing? Well, there's water falling from the sky. Only a little, although it's a little more now on this window than it was. But I have most of the expensive things in. So, you know, it'll be fine. Okay, so Barn is asking, because it's Ask Chad Anything, must anything that exists stand in some relation to something else? Yes, is the answer. Mama One, why are they only running 8th mile and not quarter? Honestly, most of the bracket race stuff is 8th mile now. Truthfully, they went to that a few years ago at most of the events. At Vegas, we used to run quarter mile for like the spring fling and all of those. But at Vegas, it gets so windy sometimes at the top end that it just, especially like in April when we do the Spring Fling Million, which, by the way, is coming up the first week of April live right here on Bank Shift. Because of that, it just, makes it kind of sketchy and what have you. And so that's not the only reason, but they just all sort of started going that way. And so they just don't run the quarter mile. They run 8th mile, and it's no big deal. It's cool. It's still great racing, and it's fast paced and fun. Barnes' next question, he's getting so existential. Can there be things that exist that are not in time? I don't know. I want to say no, but I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Tostito, they are fighting it off the track. I mean, it's literally just, it's just spitting. And so them doing this is going to keep it okay. And they are, well, I was going to say they have the tractor out too. They do not have the tractor out right now, which actually is a pretty good sign. So they're just keeping air moving over it. The wind is blowing, but it got way colder because of all that. It is definitely moving south, though. I'm watching it in relation to a light pole over there. That's good. South is toward the starting line, by the way, if you're not familiar with this racetrack. Barn. I don't know what. He's been like watching Dr. Spock or something. Is space itself an entity, or is it reducible to spatial relations between objects and events? I think it's just spatial relations between objects and events. And Barn is now asking, are you going to kick me out of the chat for being a smartass? Hell no, dude. You're way more important than I am. So you're here. Ha-ha! If that's all it took, dude, I'd have kicked you out a long time ago. You're in for the long haul, buddy. Whether you like it or not, you're going to wield the ban hammer until it's in your cold, dead hand, my friend. Which is hopefully in another 50 years. You're going to be the world's oldest moderator. It's going to be great. AJ Crater says, I'm in the pits down by the finish line, and it keeps slowly picking up. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, AJ. It's actually way bluer and nicer toward the finish line. So hopefully, I mean, there's one cloud over here, but it's not ugly like that cloud over there. That cloud over there is nasty. All right, so come on, let's go. Ask Chad anything. Barnes says he's already the world's oldest moderator. That's great. See, you got something. You got something, dude. My hat feels really crooked. Like something's not right. It's in my suitcase. And there we go. That's better. That's much gooder. Okay, so we have a lot of racing coming up live on Bank Shift this year. We also are doing a bunch of stuff with the IHRA, who's going to be bringing you live streams from a bunch of races, including their No Prep Wars series, Hot Rod Classics, and the World Finals. Also, a couple of team finals as well. So there is going to be a lot of live streaming that's going on, again, on IHRA.com's YouTube channel and the Race Wars YouTube channel here on Bang Shift. We're going to be running stuff all over the place. The Spring Fling Million is our next one that is coming up in April. And then we have several other events that are going to be going as well. So it'll be a good time. Let's see. Dennis O'Brien, your take on the shot clock. I assume you're not talking about basketball. I think the shot clock is cool. I don't know. I haven't heard any really good argument against it, so I think it's good. AJ says, what is your favorite name on a race car? That's a tough one, dude. Wow. That's a really tough one. New race cars, nobody puts names on them because they suck. Not like it used to be in the old days. I was always really, really like a fan of the Hawaiian, Roland Leong. What a great dude. He passed away this year and he's just awesome. What a great guy. So Roland has always been one with the Hawaiian cars. The Tiki Warrior funny car, one of my favorites. Biggest, baddest burnouts John Force had to take lessons from him. That's a great one. God, there's so many. I don't know. That's a really tough one, AJ. Josh Renneria says, Chad, I'll be going tomorrow. Do you need anything from Mexico? Favorite chips from Mexico, candy, beer, anything. I'd be happy to treat you with something. Dude, that's awesome, Josh. And, man, surprise me, dude. Surprise me. Something good. I don't care what it is. I'm all in. I'm a huge fan of Mexico, as you guys all know. One of my favorite countries. I've been in a lot of countries, and I have to tell you, Mexico is just full of some of the finest people on the planet. And I'll be honest, I eat 60 to 70% of the food that I eat is Mexican. And I love it all. So yeah, dude, surprise me. It would mean the world to me. I appreciate it. JC Williams, what Dragon Drives are we doing this year? So we're going to be doing Rocky Mountain Race Week 1.0 and 2.0, aka Rocky Mountain Race Week and Race Week. Everybody's gotten into calling them 1.0 and 2.0. That's not what we call them, but for you guys, we're doing 1.0 and 2.0. We'll be live for both of those, which is going to be awesome. And I'm really looking forward to that. Of course, Matt and June and the entire gang is super cool. Adam Dory and I are doing a special project here at Tucson Dragway that we can't talk about yet, but when it comes out, you guys will see us on it. That is happening in somebody's climbing the ladder up here. It's moving around. It must be Nate Hershey. So we're doing that this week here at Tucson. We're doing that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Somebody is climbing the ladder. I swear to God. Let's see. It is. It's Nate. Come on in, dude. Come on in. How is it? It's barely sprinkling, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just barely sprinkling.
Okay. Uh-oh. I need to plug the laptop in. Oh.
Slight short in one of the cables they're using.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, here we are, gang. We're back. Sorry, we ran out of power, but we're back. Me and Nate. So Nate investigated the popping on the mic, by the way. Yeah. And I don't know, did you fix it or do you just know there's a thing?
Well, I think I've positioned the cable in the right way.
Perfect.
The short is no longer
short, yeah.
The telltale sign is the needle moving, and the needle's no longer moving.
Oh, that's perfect, dude.
Either it's going to be really quiet all day long and nobody will hear anything, but at least the popping's gone.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. It's funny you say that because if people at home knew the number of times where like TSA broke something, which we were talking about earlier, and I had to tape it together. Like, I remember one time, and RTC knows this, RTC and I was in Florida doing a live stream at this little podunk racetrack, and the one cable you can't buy at any store locally, like, it was broken.
The one that's broken.
And RTC drove 2 hours home because he had one at home. And, like, I took a popsicle stick of tape and tried to hold it straight and dude, the number of times that has happened to do this,
yeah, but
it's nuts.
A 4-hour round trip is still quicker than Amazon Prime.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that was before Amazon Prime, by the way. But yeah. So yeah, we're back.
Decent group.
Everybody is asking, like I've been doing the Ask Chat Anything. So somebody asked, what was my favorite car name, race car name. And I said, like, I always liked the Hawaiian because I thought Roland's a good dude. The Tiki Warrior, funny car, was always fun to watch. But everybody's on here. People are saying Beer Money, which is, one of our cars, honestly, absolutely. And it got named Beer Money for a real reason, so that's fun. But what's yours? If you had to pick, I mean, it's so hard because they don't name new cars. They only named old stuff. But
right. I mean, if you're talking more like on a professional level, or just some of the sportsman cars that I've seen.
Yeah, anything.
One of my favorite one was Blown Inheritance.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was a blown big block car.
Yeah.
The name right on the side of it was Blown Inheritance.
That's great.
I'm like, that's fantastic.
Now that you say that, I knew a guy in Northern California that had a car name was Kids College Fund.
Yes.
It was great. And I think it was a Vega, actually. And yeah, I always thought that one was good because, my kids got $0 for their college fund.
Totally agree. I mean, this one wasn't on the side of the car, but there was one guy that would always put on his tech card, a little sponsor field.
Yeah.
It's wasting my kid's inheritance.
Yeah, perfect. Exactly. Hey.
Like, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, yeah. It's awesome.
It makes perfect sense.
Parasitic Psycho.
I like that one.
AJ Crater says that's his car. Says it'll be out here tomorrow, so that's good. Dude, Brandon Umberger in the house. Brandon, love you, dude.
Up,
Wish
Brandon?
you were here. Yeah, that's awesome.
We're hanging out in the shack.
We are.
Because Chad has a shack.
It's so good.
It's cool.
If the only thing that would make the shack better is if one of these windows actually opened. Well, yeah, that too. But if one of these windows opened, so I could mount the camera right in and be in here the whole time. Dude. So, I mean, it's easy to pop this window out. Oh, we could. I mean, we could pop this window out in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's rubber. It's a rope-in window. Like, we totally could get that to happen.
But for all the work they went through to get this, I don't think
that would go
not appreciate it.
No. But I'm going to see if Jim can just make it his. And if he owns it, then I will measure that up and we'll make a window that works for that. Because it's awesome. Can you imagine
like on the bus windows where it's about a quarter of the way up and it just flips open?
Yes, that would work.
That way you don't have, if you open that whole space,
then everything's coming in.
It'd be like being outdoors.
But like you said, if you
could just reach in and get the camera handle.
If you had 1 foot would be what you need. That'd be perfect.
You know how else
you could have the AC working while it was hot.
You know how else you could solve that? A joystick in here and a remote control camera.
I know, but the problem is I could do that here. The problem with the remote cameras is that historically speaking, they don't move fast enough. Like even the good ones, they still don't move fast enough for the pan. But here I'm only going like half track and then switching to the other camera, so we can make that work. Yeah,
good.
Yeah, we can make that work. It'd be fun. So yeah,
technically I probably could.
Yes. Which would be awesome. So I was laughing because you said earlier about me delivering beer to the guy and stuff. Because that old dude came and
what it was.
He's like, I haven't been to a race in 30 years. Heard there was a race, came to the racetrack. And I'm like, no way. And he goes, yeah. He goes, when's the beer start being served? So that's why I sent you the message. I sent Nate a message and said, when does the beer garden open? And the dude is like, oh, I'd use a beer. And I'm like, I have beer. So I gave him a beer. He was super stoked.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was great.
So, I really wish, if he's still around here, I really wish he was on a day that we had more racing going. It looks like it's getting sunny.
It is. It's definitely, because that thing's moving south.
It is.
It really is. It's coming this way too, but it's moving away from us more than it's moving toward us. You can see the windows are getting drier. So that's really good. But I thought it was really funny because he goes, yeah, I couldn't find out that much information about this. I'm like, yeah, because it's a bracket race. It isn't really a spectator kind of event normally, So
it's bringing a power cord.
Oh, nice. I needed another one. So that's awesome. Yeah, right. That's great. This thing is super cool though, because it does not move like the scissor lift.
Doesn't.
You've been on the scissor lift. That thing is
I didn't know if I was going to be able to sneak up the ladder on you.
I could barely feel it. I barely felt it. And I said to them, somebody's climbing the ladder. And I knew it was going to be you.
I was trying to be quiet and make it seem like it was the wind. But all right, well, it's getting sunny out there, so I'm going to head back to the other perch.
Yeah, good. All right. Appreciate you.
Hopefully we get running again soon.
Got more stuff.
Bye.
That's awesome. That's great. Everybody, Nate Hershey. I would say this when he isn't here too. He's the best announcer in drag racing. Nate is literally one of the finest guys on the mic ever. And I've known Nate for years, and I have the privilege of working with him in Vegas a lot. And it's super, super cool to get to do that with him. His family's awesome. His wife and his son are just amazing, and they're just super, super fun to be around. And so I always appreciate Nate. The team here for the West Coast bracket races is also just amazing. Great people. I'm not going to rattle off their names because I'll forget somebody and then I'll feel bad. But they're awesome. I love working with these guys. I have raced in West Coast bracket races at Fontana back in the day, a couple of times in Ford like demo cars and stuff, which was fun. But yeah, it's really good series. They're great people. They put on great races. There's another race later in the year at Famoso, which is going to be good. So yeah, it's cool. Gage Gilbert, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to be announcing the Streetcar Super Nationals again this year. Also going to be announcing all of Holly's events. So LS Fest in Bowling Green, Mo Party in Bowling Green, Ford Fest in Bowling Green, LS Fest West, which is coming up in April in Las Vegas, and LS Fest Texas in May in Texas, of course, at Texas Motor Speedway. So definitely come say hi. Really happy too. I don't know if you guys heard earlier, there was a guy in a Chevelle that was having trouble with the Holly Sniper Dominator setup. I felt bad for him. I went down there and tried to help, and they were on the phone with tech support at Holly. And I gave them a couple of pointers, and the tech support guys stayed on the phone with them while they redid a bunch of things. And when I say redid, they had done an update on the laptop and on the Holly software on the laptop and a firmware update, but they did them. The two didn't like each other for a second, and so they had to do a reset thing. That car made a pass down the racetrack 30 minutes ago. It's awesome. So super, super glad to see that. Major shout out to the guys at Holly Tech Support. They do a great job. If you ever have to call them and you end up with one of the guys on the phone, do not at all hesitate to keep them on the phone. These racers down there, they said, okay, we'll do this and then we'll call you back. Do you have a direct line? And the tech support guy, who I didn't get his name, he said, no, but I'm going to stay on the phone until this is fixed, so you don't have to worry about it. He said, you just keep working and keep me on speaker, and we'll work our way through it and make it work, and they did. And again, it was a version issue, and they were loading a tune, and it just wouldn't run anymore, and it just wouldn't talk to each other, wouldn't communicate, and that was just because they had the different languages talking, different versions of the software and the firmware. That's not a big deal. It's a big deal when you're at the racetrack, but in reality, he got them set in probably 15 minutes and they were good to go. So it was awesome. So big thanks for sure to those guys. Trey Summers in the house. That's awesome. Glad to see you. I wish you were here, dude. I want to see wheels up with the 56. But yeah, lots of races going to Bang Shift this year. Going to be announcing a bunch of stuff this year too. I am going to start posting up a big schedule, hopefully in the next 2 weeks. My schedule is insane this year, and it's awesome, and I'm glad. And the sun is peeking out. So, gang, I'm going to start setting this stuff back up. We'll be back to racing live in like 5 minutes. I'm going to leave you here again so you're plugged in. And as soon as everything else is hooked up, I'll come back in, unplug the laptop. We'll throw it out there and be good to go. So you guys hang tight for just a few minutes, and we'll be back with racing action in just a moment. Okay, I'm gonna go to this camera just fixed, and then I still got to do some more stuff, but at least you won't be watching me. Okay, or not. There we go.
offend somebody and call somebody's relative a bad word just by trying to pronounce it. But needless to say, there are folks watching online who are cheering on their Mexican cohorts who are up here racing this weekend. The Tucson Dragway, part of the Southwest Showdown. Again, big thanks to the folks at Hughes Performance and Dyno, Hughes Performance, Moser Engineering for being part of the event, and a big thanks to Holly, and a big thanks to Optima Batteries for sponsoring that live feed, keeping us broadcasting around the world. And the Dart contest their way down to the finish line. 7:41 for Tyler, 7:13 for Jeff. As we bring up Tom Scola and Rick Feaster. Tom in the Mustang, Rick in the Chevy twice. I know that probably was not what the Beach Boys, I almost said Beastie Boys. That could be a little discreet. Double for Tom and double for Feaster. So the Nova puts up a 571 at 116 miles an hour. The Mustang puts up a 643 at 107 miles an hour as we bring up Rick Sugahara out of Pocatello, Idaho. On that 421 cubic inch Camaro. And West Sugi. That's what it says on the window. It says Sugi. He's 006 and runs 660. Down the Mac Tool side of the racetrack here at Tucson Dragway. We'll bring out Colin Poist and Val Torres Jr. Torres, who has been one of those that has previously picked up a victory in that big dollar shootout here in Tucson Dragway. I want to say it was a couple years ago. I don't know if it was last year. It might have been the year before. I know he's had some pretty good stuff. And oh. Now, you got to say, here's what's kind of odd. It is never good, as Colin Poist gets the car staged up, it is never good when you complete the burnout, somebody runs over in front of your car, puts up the hold sign and says, hold on. In front of your face and you're like, wait, what? Man, that's not good. So unfortunately for Val Torres, ended up spitting some parts out from underneath of the race car during the burnout. I'll have to take it back into the pits and get that all figured out, but luckily enough had the extra sets of eyes down there on the racetrack as Caitlin kind of had those eagle eyes. Was keeping a close eye on it, so Val gets his car pushed back off the starting line. And we're going to continue through a little bit more test and tune. I do know that we've got a majority of our 64-car field ready for round number 1, lined up back in the staging lanes. But it is going to be good. It's going to be real good. Dale Schweitzer and Larry Cannon heating up the hides in the water box. Schweitzer's got the Mustang. He also will be part of our 32-car field. And my curiosity is getting the better of me now. I really want to know what was that. That came popping off of Val's car. As he completed the burnout. They're down there on the front side of the engine. It looks like maybe it was a pulley. Can't really tell. The view's blocked just a little bit. The view's blocked just a little bit. So the Chevelle will complete the lap. 6.17 seconds, 110 miles an hour. Dale goes 6:49 at 105 miles an hour. I appreciate that. RTC, thank you. That was cool. That was cool. I'm surprised. The chat bleachers are actually kind of quiet today. Of course, it's been kind of a quiet afternoon, not a whole lot of activity with the weather that we've had to deal with, but we're back. Race cars on the racetrack, which is exactly where we should be. It makes everybody happy. Makes everybody happy, I promise you. Kelly Harper, Chris Vels. Vels going to be in the show. And by the show, I mean the 32 car side. 30 on the tree for Vels. 009 for Harper. As Harper out of the left lane.
I think they're all here besides that final alternate.
Heads up with 598 at 115 miles an hour. Vels goes 646. And Bucko 7 is Victor Sandoval and Brad Hawk. That's the other thing. I mean, I love seeing the fact that we got Chuck, we got Matt, we got Brad. Maybe they get to race together on the regular basis down here in Tucson because they all kind of live right around here, but it has been a while since I've seen all three of them together at, you know, somewhere out of town like Vegas. So Brad driving the dragster. Let's say Victor Sandoval was 011 green and Brad Hawk was 11 thou better than that. Sandoval goes 6 flat, 113 miles an hour. Brad Hawk, after putting a perfect reaction time up on the scoreboard, ends up with a 479 at 144 miles an hour. In the dragster, bring out Billy McDaniel and Carlos Lopez. Kevin in the Pinto. Really in the Chevrolet. Well, that's one thing that, let's see here, what down here we had, what, 3 Landshark dragsters so far that I've seen, 3 El Caminos, and I haven't normally, well, not usually seen a lot of the two-tone Chevy 2s. I've seen a couple of them so far, the gold and black one and then the red and white one. I like it. I like it. Hey, Kevin Johnson, your attention please. Kevin Johnson, you are an alternate for the 64-car shootout, and we are going to need you. Which means we're going to need you in the first place. Kevin Johnson, you're an alternate on that 64-car shootout. We're going to need you. If you could please make your way to lanes 3 and 4. Kevin Johnson to lanes 3 and 4, please, for the 64-car shootout, round number 1. John Cassetti, 11 green, 569, 121 miles an hour. Jennifer Kidd was 007 red. And then goes 538 at 129 miles an hour. We got Chris Citro. And one of the Jose Luis Garcias. This is the one with the canoe. He's in the dragster on the right side. Citro is in the Mustang on the left side, and I don't know, Chris has also spent a little time up here behind the mic in Tucson. Reaction time for the dragster, Jose. 13, the reaction time for Citro. As Citro's going to run 658 at 103 miles an hour. Jose is going to run a 507. At 135 miles an hour. We're going to go ahead and put out that final call once again for the 64-car shootout. $20,000 is on the line. For the West Coast Bracket Race $20,000 shootout today. But at a final call, if you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, we need you there now, please. There's Joy Cozzetti and Trevor Larson. Minnesota, 4,700 or 4,700, 149 miles an hour for Trevor Larson after the 14 thousandths of a second reaction time. We'll bring out our next pair. Joy Cozzetti was 105 on the train, runs 594. Down the racetrack is Savannah Kid. At least it's Savannah's car. And I'm pretty sure it's Savannah. Behind the wheel of the dragster over on the right side, and the other, Jose Luis Garcia. Like, I'm the other Jose. Pops off for 511 at 134 miles an hour. Jose is 26 green and goes 526 at 132 miles an hour. In the pits, Super Pro cars. We've got 63 cars in the staging lanes. Both alternates are accounted for. That means we've got one open spot in the shootout. The first Super Pro car with $500 in hand and car to the back of the staging lanes, lanes 3 and 4, gets a shot at $20,000. So again, we are at 63 cars. Both alternates have been accounted for. The first Super Pro car to make their way into the staging lanes, lanes 3 and 4, with $500 in hand that wants a shot at $20,000 will get in. So if you did not get a chance to get in and would like to race for $20,000 today, the first Super Pro car in lanes 3 and 4, again, we've only got room for one, $500 cash in hand, and you can race for $20,000 today. Neil Upchurch and Andrew Aramillo. In the dragster. Upchurch goes red by 29 thousandths of a second. Andrew is green with a 182 light. And then runs 583 at 118 miles an hour. Oh. I'm just kind of watching Daniel. You're here in Tucson and can't be out here? Can you be out here tomorrow? Or Sunday? Mark Johnson, Mustang 004 red. who's your Super Pro champ here at the track, ends up 32 green and goes 520 at 134 miles an hour. Mark's going to end up with a 769 at 88 miles an hour as Ana Lucia Contreras, I think, would be the name that you would, is it Lucia? Probably Lucia. And Alex Sandlin. Sandlin in the dart, Anna in the dragster. And I think we're getting down near the end of test and tune, at least this go round of test and tune. We've got a $20,000 shootout lined up back in the staging lanes. And Anna is $4.99 down the racetrack at 139 miles an hour after a perfect reaction time. I want to say that's about the fourth perfect reaction time that we've seen here today. We've seen about 4 or 5 001s, a 002, a bunch of 003s, tons of 004s. So everybody kind of cutting it really tight on the tree here, and I can only imagine what we'll see as we get into this first go-round of the shootout. Perfect. Glad to hear you're going to be here, Daniel. So, Rob, .7050. It's the 50 at 98 miles an hour after the 083 reaction time. Another pair sliding in here. Kendra Larson. And Bill Bollock.
I got Team Mexico coming to you. Okay, we'll tell them to grab their car at 500. I told them the car.
Didn't Bollock used to have that Anglia? Does he still have that Anglia? If he was the one that had it, I seem to remember he had the Angry Anglia. At least that's what we had nicknamed it.
Okay, hey Nate, we have 64 cars. We are good. So
All right.
Nobody needs to grab money and come.
Racers were full. The 64-car field has been completed. So I'm not exactly sure who was the 64th that jumped in there. But again, when we mentioned that, you know, the first one there was now full on the 64-car field, then will not and do not need to take any more. So James Gonzalez, Robert Hall. Gonzalez in the Nova, or excuse me, Gonzalez in the Vega wagon, and Robert Hall in the Nova.
Marissa.
From what I just heard, I believe our
Rounding these guys up, you gonna be ready pretty soon?
last of the test and tune,
Ready whenever you are.
making its way into the water box, and now we're going to get into our 60 racing for $20,000. I like it. I like it. I mean, time runs are great. Time runs are fun. But it's a whole lot more fun when advancing to the next round is on the line. and especially when advancing to the next round, gets you one step closer to $20,000. That is fun.
First pass, round one. Super Pro Shootout is in the water box.
Are you serious, Clark? So Billy McDaniel, who's apparently hot lapping the Nova, takes another trip down the racetrack. Goes 660, 403 miles an hour. That was the last of the time runs, the test and tune runs for now. First pair, 64-car shootout. Into the water box, out of the water box, and it is the El Camino of Dennis Paz taking on the 1958 Corvette of Brad Pierce. Talk about a couple of guys that are very seasoned at what they do, and I'm not saying, hey, I'm not calling anybody an old guy, but I'm saying that the experience level between these two is pretty phenomenal. I've been watching Brad and Dennis pretty much from the beginning. They're two of the more recognizable cars in the field, two of the more, shall we say, deadly competitors. As Brad rolls up here, dialed in with a 650, Dennis Paz is going to get 4.5 second head start. This is the way we need to start this out. 3 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. It was a 004 reaction time for Brad Pierce, a 001 light for Dennis Paz. Paz is going to get to the finish line first by 11 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 18 thousandths of a second. Brad Pierce follows him through to break out by 10 thousandths of a second. And on the double breakout, Brad Pierce will come away with a victory in the first pair. 004 to 001, that's how we're going to start out the shootout. Okay, let's keep that going. So 3 thou separated in reaction time. Difference was a double breakout. 8 thou margin of victory goes to Brad Pierce. The Corvette will be back as Dustin Henches. D-Money going up against Scott Taylor. Taylor out of Montana in the Chevelle on the right side, dialed in at 685. Dustin in the dragster on the left side, dialed in at 499. First pair was separated by 3 thousandths of a second. Our second pair was separated by 4 thousandths of a second. Scott Taylor, 14 green, goes 684 on a 685, gets there second, and wins it on a double breakout. Taylor, 2 thou under his dial. Dustin Henches was 24 thou under his dial as he takes 18 thou at the stripe at an 018 reaction time. Took 18 thou and could not seal the deals in the door car. Taking care of business against the dragster. As Joe Kidd and Tony Marconi are going to be the next two. Marconi in the Arrow. He's dialed in at 608. Joe Kidd in the pickup truck, dialed in at 634. These two are separated by 6 thousandths of a second. Winner is going to be Marconi. 008, 13 thou above for Tony Marconi to be 21 total as Joe Kidd was 14 green and then runs 36 thou above his dial. 637 on the 634, ends up 29 thou behind at the stripe. Marconi. Let's see here. So door car. All advancing. Granted, it wasn't door car versus dragster, but still. Ryan Stifler now rolling up in the dragster out of Colorado. 582 cubic inches worth of big block Chevrolet, dialed in at 476. Andy Kadar is getting himself about a 3-second head start. 775, even though that scoreboard looks like it says 778, it's 775 is the dial for Kadar in the 1970 body Pontiac GTO. 426 cubic inches worth of Pontiac power. What's happening, Mr. James? We are underway in round number 1 of the $20,000 shootout. Away we go. Round line start from Pontiac GTO. runs 770 at the big end. Ryan Stifler puts up 3 thou total. 003, dead on 0 for Ryan. So we've had pair that are separated by 4 thou, pair that are separated by 6 thou at the hit. And Ryan Stifler just puts up 3 total here in round number 1 of the $20,000 to win shootout. So 003 dead 0 for Stifler as bomb pop. Kyle Fritz rolls up on the left side in his Little Mean Pontiac. And Darren Taylor in the Firebird over on the right side. Taylor's down 561. Kyle's getting the head start with that 675 down. Both drivers are 00, separated by 0.03 of a second. And guess what? It's another double breakout. Guess what? Kyle Fritz gets the win light. He's 003, goes 674 on the 675. He's under by 0.03 of a second. Darren Taylor is under by 0.35 of a second as he takes 29 thou at the stripe. Goes 557 on the 561 after his 006 reaction time. So it's a 006 for Taylor, 003 for Kyle. And again, comes down to a double breakout. Kyle Fritz will be back as Paul Lorton lines up against Henry Roberson in the Mustang. Henry dialed in at 729. Going to be getting the big head start against Paul Lorton's dragster, dialed in at 484. Lorton in that American car taking on Henry's 302 cubic inch small block Ford. In, set, staged, go. Henry's going to go for that one. Henry had an 0.27 reaction time to Paul Lorton's 009. Lorton goes 009, runs 486 on a 484. Henry was able to put a 734 on top of a 729 dial. And a little bit late at the let go at this end of the racetrack, a little bit off the dial at that end of the racetrack, gave Paul Lorton plenty of real estate to work with, and he did just that as Curtis Insalita and Jeff Serra. Serra driving a Thompson-fielded race car, coming all the way in out of Adamstown, Pennsylvania. And for a while, and still almost now, there's almost nothing that Jeff Serra was doing wrong in a race car. Arguably one of the better, if not best, drivers around, at least a couple of years back when he was just tearing up everything. Still deadly on the tree. And when you put a good piece of machinery underneath of him like he's got right now in Thompson's car, it's that way. Curtis Insalita has had a very good go of it. Matter of fact, back in November, came up and raced at the Strip and was able to stick around late into the rounds each and every day. Ended up being part of that like hot rod diecast shootout that we do. Took that down into the final round. It was pretty impressive. Curtis left early by 0.27 of a second. Serra left early by 0.03 of a second. And with True Start in effect, wouldn't have changed it. But again, the more offensive of the two red lights will be declared the loser. The lesser offensive of the two red lights will be declared the winner. And Jeff Serra's 003 was lesser offensive than Curtis Insalita's 027 red light. Serra ends up with a 487 on a 465 as he gets out of the throttle, as we bring out Jeremy Plyler and Nathan Bradford. Accomplishes step one. He gets a win light in round number 1. Jeremy was 33 green and Nathan Bradford's 001 red. 1 thou on the wrong side of the tree, and Bradford's hope of $20,000 comes crashing down. He ends up running 607 on a 608 thou. Plyler goes 592 on a 593. Plyler under by 0.08 of a second, but already had the win light on by way of his green light start. And that'll get him into round number 2 of the 64 car Shootout. Racing for $20,000. Let's go bring up Jason Pad and Nico Engler. Maybe it's Nico. Might be just a little typo in there, but Nico has a 670 dial showing up on his side of the board. That's going to give him a 4.3 second head start over Jason. Excuse me, 4.1 second, 3.1, let me do my math right, 3.1 second head start over Jason Pad, who's got a 461 dial. Over on the right side, so the dragster versus the door car. And that is a hard charging dragster at the finish line to get the win light. Nico, 30 green, take 25 thou at the stripe. And breaks out by 15 thousandths of a second. Jason Pad was 11 green, runs 463 on the 461. To be 39 thou total. Nico had a little bit of room to work with and cut it just a little bit too close down at the finish line to come up on the wrong side of the math. Blue Hayball now and JR Learcamp. Learcamp left side, dialed in with a 478. Blue Hayball in the pickup truck. He's got the S10 down here, 2003 body S10. With 417 cubic inches. It's going to go to Learcamp. Blue Hayball was 25 thousandths of a second behind. Had the 028 reaction time, run 609 on a 607, so 28 and 200 above the dial. JR Learcamp, 6-pack. 003 at reaction time and dead on 3 down at the finish line. Took a bunch down there, but ends up 6 total and ends up with a win light. As Alonso Sanchez and Judge Shoop going to be our next two. Alonso. Red and dead on. 004 red goes 489 on a 489. Judge Shoop over the other side was 49 green and runs 475 on the 476. That is going to bring up Marco Paravalaris and Skylar Barichko. Barichko the S10, Marco the dragster. Marco's down 465. Skylar's down at 659. 464 on a 465. I gotta tell you, I am not as 100% familiar with kind of like the audio in this tower, so I'm trying to see what exactly is happening. But I don't know. Does it still sound kind of funny? I mean, it could be just the fact that I'm talking on the mic that makes it sound funny, is because it's me, but I don't know. We'll see. KJ Desa. Both drivers leave early, and it is not quite a two-start affair. 009 red out of the left lane was leaving first, ends up with the loss. 004 red out of the right lane, leaving second, gets the win light. KJ, 490 on a 492 was 4th thou red. That's better than a 9th thou red light. And KJ will be back for round number 2 as Lynn Adams and Rodney Snyder. Going to be next up. Of a second, I guess I should say the full-bodied Camaro. Thousandths of a second. Rodney Snyder dodges a little bit of a bullet there at an 041 reaction time. And then ends up with that 516 on a 515. So 41 green, 1 above, gets a win light for Rodney Snyder. Lynn Adams, 004 red. Gets out of the throttle, runs 608 on that 596 dial. Is Mark Barnhart and Ryan O'Connor. Going to take a couple of dragsters and put them side by side. Ryan. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Said it before. It's like Panoka? Up in Alberta? We'll go with that. 457 is the dial for Ryan. 1300ths of a second the difference in the dial-ins. Mark Barnhart down over to 470. To Ryan O'Connor. Win light to Ryan O'Connor. 12 total for Ryan O'Connor. Locks out Mark Barnhart's opportunity to pick up a win light. Barnhart was 25 green. Ryan O'Connor was 12 total. And ends up with a win light in that pair. After being 25 green, Barnhart goes 467 on a 470. But Ryan O'Connor putting down a nice lap to pick up the win here in round number 1 of the shootout is Karen Snyder and Tim Wirtz. Side by side with the topless 63 Corvettes, Karen dialed 538. Tim dialed 523. Just like we saw earlier, Tim's going to survive. Tim runs 523 on a 523, ends up putting a dead-on 2 lap up on the scoreboard after an 041 reaction time. For the second. So Wirtz advancing is now Gabe Hernandez and Chance Parker. This is going to be a battle of the S10 pickup trucks. The 89 S10, based out of Sonora, Mexico. Piloted by Gabe Hernandez, dialed in at 626. Chance Parker, coming down out of Roy, Utah, in the 92-bodied S10, dialed in at 625. Oh, Chance. Your chances are not good. Your chances are even worse. Chance Parker gave up 43 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time with an 048 light. Gabe Hernandez was double over 5. And then goes 626 on a 626. 5 dead 4. Gabe is 9 total. Ouch. 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 The chance ends up with a 624 and a 625. But yeah, Team Mexico picking up a win light there. There's now Dustin Wirtz and Darren O'Connor. This is kind of like a family, like I'm going to get even with you type thing. Right? Or I'm going to try to stay ahead, I guess I should say. Ryan O'Connor moved forward into round number 2. Tim Wirtz moved forward into round number 2. Only one of them will get to take 2 family members into the next round. Now separated in reaction time, and the win line's going to belong to Dustin Wirtz on guess what? Another double breakout. Another double breakout. Darren O'Connor was 11 green. Gets there first by 9 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second. Dustin Wirtz 15 green and goes 448 on a 449 to get the win light. There's now Gabe Hernandez and Mitch Marcy. Another one of the Team Mexico racers moving into round number 2. Hernandez 6'11 on a 6'10. After the 015 reaction time, Mitch Marcy 35 green. And then it just kind of went south from there. Ends up with a 481 on a 484 trying to stay in front of that truck. Couldn't do it as Josh Herman and Shane Carr. This is a nice little matchup here. Josh racing out of Colorado, 452 at the dial in the left side. Shane Carr with a 448 over the right side. Both drivers are pre-staged, waiting on the other one. I see Josh kind of gently bumping it in. Shane Carr making that same motion. The difference in reaction time, and the win line is going to turn on for Josh Herman. Shane Carr had 25 thousandths of a second in his pocket, takes 29th out at the stripe, and breaks out with a 445 and a 448. Josh Herman was 35 green, runs 449 on the 452, gets there second with a difference of 4 thousandths in the breakouts. Shane Carr gets parked in round number 1. Josh Herman moves on to round number 2. Hey, listen up in the pits, please. Your attention in the pits. Pro 32 car shootout for your time run. Pro 32 car shootout for your time run. We're going to invite you into lanes 5 and 6 now, please. Pro 32 car shootout. We're going to invite you into the staging lanes, lanes 5 and 6 for your time run, please. 10 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time, and the win line is going to belong to Greg. Greg was 005 to Chuck's 15 light. Hawk gets there first by 19 thousandths of a second and needed to get there essentially dead on, as Greg was 15 total. So a 15 pack to a 15 light. Chuck needed to be dead zero. Just wasn't. Just wasn't. Why not? Why did you not run dead zero? Duh. I don't know. David the Machine Meyer and Tim O. Moore. Tim O, left side of the racetrack, dialed in at 503. David, right side, dialed in at 484. Slight head start. We'll go to that copper-colored car, defending the home turf. At a race where he's picked up a whole bunch of big checks. Timo 16 green runs 5. David Meyer missed it by 1,000th of a second on the red light start. See, that's why I don't do this. My mental stability would evaporate in a heartbeat. To be out there and be that close, like that close, and know that 1,000th of a second, I don't do this. I am mentally incapable of surviving that kind of devastation. Because I'll think about it all night. I would not be able to, like, anyway, we'll leave it at that. You guys are way better people than I am. Okay, maybe you just hide it better, but whatever it is, it just happens. Larry Pittenger, Paul Dowdy. Once again, Pro 32 car shootout time run. Pro 32 car shootout time run. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Alternates, please. Pro 32 car shootout time runs. Plus our 3 alternates. We need you into the staging lanes, please. Pittenger gets the win line over Paul Dowdy. Dowdy turned it red by 5,000ths of a second. And goes 489 on the 493. Pittenger, 644 on a 643 dial. 27 green, 1 above. Moving into round number 2 for another shot. That's a $20,000 prize. That's Shane Molinari. Rolling up here left side, dialed in at 451, and Victoria Christensen. Greg has picked up a win light. We'll see if we can get a couple of Christensens into round number 2. Thousandths of a second. Molinari, after an 0.28 reaction time, runs 448 on the 451 dial. Victoria ends up with a 478 on the 470. So with Nick Downing rolling up in his dragster, dialed in at 481. And Ken Sweo. Look, I gotta admit, it's kind of appropriate. It's kind of appropriate. There's a little typo in the system. They've changed Ken's last name to Sweet, because that's what the car is. The car is sweet. It just qualifies. It is. It's one of those things where, you know, growing up, you don't really pay a ton of attention to, because, you know, I was born a year after that car was made type thing. So as a little kid, you really didn't pay attention to it. Then all of a sudden you see that thing roll up and go, what kind of car is that? Nick Downing was dialed 481, and it doesn't matter. He was 28 on the tree, goes 482 on a 481. Ken Sweo, 17 green, and dead 7 to be 24 total. So the 24 pack negates the 028 reaction time. And although I will not steal Jed's phrase, I think it is the greatest phrase. I'm sure it was like Jed's origination, but the fact that you just become ineligible. Billy McDaniel, Kyoki Desa. So KJ, again, we're talking about like family members advancing. KJ Disak, Yoki's son, advanced out of round number 1 by way of a, lesser offensive red light. Wasn't truly a true start. It was just his opponent had a worse red light. Kyoki, dad now, sitting over the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 448. And Billy McDaniel. Was that Lumina? All right. Well, Kyoki's going to advance as well. 004 and 29th thou above the dial. So 004, 29th thou above gets Kyoki into round number 2 with KJ. As Billy McDaniel was 38 green and goes 594 and then 592, coming back to the Jed phrase of, let's just say he was no longer eligible for round number 2. That's going to bring up Alexis Thompson, Dave Mazier. Alexis, part of the Silver State HVAC refrigeration Silver State plumbing team. Rolling up on the right side, 463 is the dial. And when we started the time runs, we had like Alexis kicked it off with a perfect reaction time. That's like how we started time runs. We started round number 1 with a couple of side-by-side double O's. It wasn't that on either side. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to say this. Alexis has had plenty of reasons this year to go back to the trailer and just kind of, her stomach turns a little bit. This will be another one. 463 dead on 1 after no 39 reaction time. Mazier was 18 green and dead on 8. To go from a perfect reaction time to just, it just hasn't been her year. Just hasn't yet. I'm going to say yet, because it's like March. All right. So G-Money Gabe Torres rolling up left side, dialed in at 467. You got Shane Thompson over on the right side. Womp, womp, womp. What went on, Shane? Quit. Get quit. Shane was 29 green to Dave's 042. So we went from like starting off the session with being separated by 2 to 3 thou and everybody's like 00 to 42 to a 29 and then 472. Of course, Gabe was whacking the throttle pretty hard as he made his way down towards the finish line. Thompson's car, something went terribly wrong with that and it just kind of quit. But G-Money is going to move into round number 2. As Zach Harshbarger and Kevin Johnson. Harshbarger rolling in out of Phoenix, down in at 491. Kevin Johnson coming down out of Draper, Utah. Harshbarger was 005, Kevin Johnson was 011. So a 6 thou split in reaction time. Harshbarger gets there second, goes 493 on a 491. Kevin Johnson makes it 12 total. 469 on a 469, 11 dead 1. Gets himself a win light. And crawls back out from under the slight deficit in reaction time at this end of the racetrack. As now Anna Contreras and Chris Whitfield. Whitfield dialed 469. Anna dialed 499. But Anna just took a trip down the racetrack during the time runs and was, during test and tune. and was perfect in reaction time. We'll see what you can put up here against Whitfield. And then runs 5:00. Goes 468 on the 469 to end up 4th out under after Anna had handed over the wind light in that first go-round. Final pair. Round number 1 of the 64-car shootout. We should have all 32 of our pro shootout contestants sitting back in the staging lanes for their time run. Now we're going to do a little testing and tuning in between. Rick Marcy and Greg Hicks going to be the last 2 cars to get after it in the 64-car shootout. Marcy's dialed 482. Greg Hicks dialed in 600s. Greg Hicks, let's go early by 27 thousandths of a second. Rick Marcy, 41 green. See, looking back through this, I for some reason it sticks out in my head. I think there were 3 reaction times that were 41 green, and all 3 of them advanced. I think that's what I remember. Rick Marcy goes 479 on a 482 to get the win light. Hicks 481 on a 488 after being 27 thou red. That wraps up round number 1 of the $20,000 to win West Coast Bracket Race Shootout. We've got our time run for the 32-car shootout getting lined up back in the staging lanes. And in the meantime, we've got some testing and some tuning to do. The testing and tuning starts things off with Matt Hawk and Neil Tessimo. Neil the Dragster out of Las Vegas. Matt the Maverick out of Tucson. Because I'm really just a big kid at heart. Like, yay, wheelies! He goes 747 at 89 miles an hour after being 8th out early. Neil Prestamone 87 green and then goes 470 at 149 miles an hour. Well, that was cool. That was fun. Yay, wheelies! Now watch this. I love the fact that I already see Chad zooming in on the Demon Charger. Basically 4-door sedan. That last trip down the racetrack, and I mean, absolutely, you know, Tristan Craig is over on the right side of the racetrack. He's doing a time run in the dragster. But I really didn't know just how quick these Chargers are. Watch. Last time down the racetrack, this thing was doing over 100 and like a $108 in the 8th. Now it's a $109. 109 miles an hour, 641 in the 8th in a 4-door passenger car. I want one. I want 2. Tristan was 006, he was 519 at 130 miles an hour. I don't know. I just think it's great. Hector Hernandez, Now coming up against Arthur Blea. Blea in the El Camino. Hector in the Mustang. As again, we're going to get through a little bit more of the testing and tuning before we bring out our 32 car Pro Shootout field for their time shot down the racetrack. And man, is it beautiful out now. Hernandez did not. 004 and then goes 652 down the racetrack. And I'm going to tell you this. No, I'm not, because I just lost my train of thought. Oh, I remember. So, talking about Team Mexico, like I remember watching the first time when they came up to race at the Fling, and it was kind of the first time that I really paid attention to what they were doing, what they were bringing up. But with what they've done over the last 4 to 5 years, the racers that are coming up out of Sonora, out of Hermosillo, just to see the reaction times and the competitiveness and the fact that they're getting more and more consistent with everything, turning on a lot more win lights, it's just awesome to see that international competition grow, to see how much they're really progressing, coming in here and going 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds, in some cases making their way into, semis. It's just a lot of fun, and really enjoy watching what they're doing here. It's just really cool. So that's what I was thinking. Is 005, Carlos is 008 as they make their way down their time run. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Apparently, we have an orange Chevy 2 that is sitting back in the staging lanes that has been abandoned. Whatever it is that belongs to that Chevy 2, because you don't own a car owns you, we all know that, but whoever it is that belongs to that orange Chevy 2 that is back in the staging lanes, we need that moved. Needs to be relocated. Needs to be repositioned, please. So again, there's an orange Chevy 2 back in the lanes. I believe it said it was in lane 7. That we need to get moved to a different spot. Just not where it's at. Thank you. Cowles 114 on the tree and runs 641. Jeff Safranik 712 on the tree. Excuse me, 712 down the racetrack and then goes 91 miles an hour. Is Denal Rife. Caitlin Tripp. The Golden, Colorado. Rapid. I don't think it's Dude, Move Your Car. Right, wasn't the movie like Dude, Where's My Car? He's wandering around somewhere in the bushes out here going, dude, where's my car? I had it a minute ago. I don't know where it is now. Bro, we like walked away from it an hour ago. Man, what was in those brownies, man? There is somebody out there wandering around like chasing jackrabbits through the bushes wondering where their car went. Caitlin Tripp, 61 green, goes 6'11 at 111 miles an hour. Denal is 703 at 96 miles an hour. As whatever it was that came flying off of Al Torres' car on the burnout last time, they've obviously got fixed. They've got it worked out. And have brought it back up for a second attempt. And good news is there have been no flying pieces. I'm not familiar with Lookout. Junior, 10 green, and goes 467. Apparently that's a movie I'm going to need to see. So I'll go look it up. John Tripp for 589, 116 miles an hour is Jaden Nava and Lane Ingo. Jaden on the right side, Lane on the left side. Again, racers, we are down to, I don't know, we're going to sneak 5 or 6 more pair, I believe they said. Maybe a few less. Out of the test and tune lanes before we get into the Pro 32 time trial. Jaden was 15 red, Lane at 23 green, goes 478. At 144 miles an hour. There's Darren Contreras in the Land Shark. Pat in his Chevy 2. That's pretty good. 90 green and 627 for Patrick. 27 green and 499 for Darrell. Church, 531 at 129 miles an hour. And that's going to get us into pair number 1 of time runs for the 32-car shootout. and just giving our 32 competitors an opportunity to take a trip down the racetrack. In the Chevy 266 red and go 674 at 101 miles an hour. Joe Cobb's 31 green and then goes 706 at 96 miles an hour. We'll bring up Caleb Menzel and Chris Bells. Bells on the left side in the 66 Chevrolet. Lorton will end up with a 647 at 106 miles an hour. Taylor goes 003 and then goes 684 at 100 miles an hour. Hey racers, listen up. We've got a racer in need. We need a rocker arm. So for the gray 67 Corvette, we need an intake rocker arm for a Ray Barton Hemi. We're looking for an intake rocker arm for a Ray Barton Hemi. Is Daryl who needs that. I've got his phone number up here, or if you happen to have an intake rocker arm for a Ray Barton Hemi, he's got the gray 67 Corvette that is pitted out by the main entrance. So if you happen to know or happen to have that part and can assist Jeff Rates, 44 green, goes 683. Stephanie Paz was 26 green and goes 699 down the racetrack. But again, it is looking for an intake rocker arm for a Ray Barton Hemi. Daryl needs it. We need to find Daryl. I've got the phone number up here, or you can go out and find the gray 67 Corvette that is pitted out near the main entrance. They would adore meeting you. I promise you. They would love to meet you, especially if you've got an intake rocker arm for a Ray Barton Hemi. So again, we got a racer in need that intake rocker arm for a Ray Barton Hemi. If you've got one, go find Daryl, the gray 67 Corvette, out by the front gate. Goes 731 at 93 miles an hour. Dale Schweitzer 649 at 105 miles an hour. I'll ring up Kyle Fritz and Aaron McCammond. Aaron in the El Camino. 53 green. Then goes 669 at 100 miles an hour. Kyle puts up a 672.
Okay, that's fine because he's going to change out that dead cell, so you guys already coordinated that? Okay.
There's Russ Hines and Nico Engler. Nico Engler, 18 green, 669 down the right side of the racetrack. Russ Hines out of New Mexico, 53 green and 689. I gotta tell you, I love watching the conversation in the chat bleachers. I know a lot of you that are on property even still participate in the chat bleachers. You get out your smartphone, you go to Bang Shift. You look up that live feed, you watch it on YouTube, and provide your input on what is happening throughout the day, which is really cool. But to see an entire conversation about chickens and eggs is just odd. It's odd. C-Dub over, Sasha over. Guess what, C-Dub? Whatever the side bet was, you lost it. You lost. You were 21 red. Sasha was 22 green. Sasha goes 747. CW ran 745. And whatever the side bet was, yep. I don't know if it was like foot rubs, whatever it was. You lost. 591 at 115 miles an hour. Volvo 71 green and then 616 at 113 miles an hour. As Luis Valenzuela and Howard DeVore, the dog. Going up against 5 hour for Luis. John Cazzetti, 005, and it's 572. Curtis was 009, and was 5 and 93. And this is going to be fun. Monty Beagle in the 33 coupe, Wes Millward, coasting like ever so gently down there. It's not 64 cars anymore. Let's just call it the 20K. Round number 2, the $20,000 shootout. If you are one of the 32 that are left, let's get round number 2 for $20,000. Back into the staging lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4. Round number 2 for $20,000. If you survived round number 1, come on down. Let's get you headed into lanes 3 and 4, please. So if you made it out of round number 1, let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Chuck Hogg Jr., Baron Barler. And I think we are getting down to man, it's getting to be about dinner time. So for those of you that are thinking about it, I believe the concession stand is still open. I know as soon as I get a chance, I'm gonna go check that out. Chuck Hawk was 17 green, 694. Baron Byler at 36 green and goes 664. We'll bring out the 69 Firebird and the 70 GTO. The Firebird of Darren Taylor, the GTO of Andy Kadar. Taylor, 19 green and 557 at 124 miles an hour in his time run. Andy was 32 green and 772 on his time run. So Tim O'More, 31 green, and goes 611. With that, we got a little scoreboard maintenance that they're going to get taken care of right now. We have called round number 2. Round number 2 of the $20,000 to win shootout. Back into the staging lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4. Round number 2 of the shootout needs you back into the staging lanes, please. Come on down. But we're going to take a little breather. We'll get into round number 2. And again, we're going to be on kind of 20-minute turnaround times to get these shootouts completed here tonight before we wrap things up.
I'm Evan Perkins with Holley, and we're at West Tech Performance, where we just made 902 horsepower on this Holley Super Sniper equipped Pro-Charged small block Chevy. The mule for this test is a ProCharger F1A94 equipped Blueprint Engines small block Chevy block that's got a fully forged rotating assembly. It's about 9.5 to 1 compression, aluminum heads, a hydraulic roller camshaft, a Holley strip dominator intake, and it's topped with an 8-injector Super Sniper EFI system. The Super Sniper is really cool because it's got 8 100-pound injectors and a 2.5 bar map sensor, which means it can support 21.5 PSI of boost or 1,250 horsepower. Like the base Sniper, the Holley Super Sniper is completely self-learning capable, which means it can tune the engine while you drive. However, if you're running really big boost or making a lot of power, the best practice is to always have a good calibrator tune the engine on the chassis dyno or the engine dyno using a laptop. For this test, we used 3 different pulleys: a large pulley, a medium pulley, and a small pulley. The large pulley spun the supercharger a little bit slower, and it gave us some time to make sure that the tune was finessed and that everything was working well. Then we dropped down to a medium pulley, and then finally to a small pulley, which upped the blower speed to the fastest that we were able to achieve today. The first pulley made 777 horsepower, the second made 840, and once we had the small pulley on the engine, we made 902 horsepower. Holley's top-tier EFI system is always going to be a multi-port style system, but what the Super Sniper does really well is it's self-contained, easy to tune, laptop tunable, and it can support really big horsepower by just bolting it onto a 4-barrel flange with a supercharger or a turbo. Learn more about the Super Sniper at holley.com.
So we're going to get back after it with some more test and tune. We've got our 64 or 20K Shootout, the 32 that remain back in the staging lanes. Getting them paired up for round number 2. In the Shootout, we got Victor Sandoval, or excuse me, in the time runs, the test and tune. We got Big Blaya and Victor Sandoval. Sandoval in the Chevelle, Blaya in the Dragster.
that made that screech in the
on the tree, Justin Beaver 009, which is kind of odd because I don't know that we're hearing that sound of it. All right. Apparently the answer is tap the microphone on the desk. Oh, I hate when the tinnitus acts up. That's crazy. I'm just going to put the mic down, then it won't sound like that. It'll sound like this. I'm sure the silence sounds better anyway. Y'all are probably Memphis, Texas, making a lap down in the 83 Camaro, 27 on the tree, and then goes 8 to 16 at 86 miles an hour. Jennifer Kidd was 53 red, goes 538 at 128 as Rob Strong is going to roll up with Savannah Kidd. It could be something like that. I don't know. I mean, the way that apparently we made it go away is I shut the mic off, gave it a slight little tap on the desk, and then it came back. So probably going to have to, like, hop on one foot, hold one arm in the air, use a twister thing, and say, okay, right arm red, left foot green, and we'll get it fixed somehow. We're good. We're good. So is Savannah Kidd. Pulling the dragster up on the right side. Rob Strong pulling his Firebird up on the left side. Like we said, we're going to get through a few more pair of test and tune. And then we should have our round number 2 of the $20,000 shootout. And then a 513 at 133 miles an hour. Nice lap for Savannah. Rob Strong was 52 green and goes 706 at 98 miles an hour. To clear things up is now Pat Marbeck and Bill Bollock. Bollock in the 67 Camaro. Marbeck in that 2020 American-built dragster over on the right side. Again, just a little heads up for our Pro 32 car shootout. You're going to be dealing on the same 20-minute turnaround times that we've got for the Super Pro cars, and we're about halfway through that, so just giving you a little heads up. Well, that's one way to make sure that the valve springs are stretched appropriately. Marbeck goes 516, 134 miles an hour. Bill Bollock, 591 at 114 miles an hour. Is Kevin Burnett. The 426 Hemi-powered dragster. And Amber Escobedo. Escobedo, the big block Chevy-powered dragster over on the right side. Kevin, the Hemi-powered 431 at 160 miles an hour for Kevin Burnett. That's getting after it quite nicely. Amber Escobedo goes 499 at 138 miles an hour. Oh, and racers. You remember growing up when, like, the street lights came on and it was time to go home? Well, here it's a little different. When the street lights come on, it's time to turn on your tail lights. So just a reminder that now with the track lights on, The crew here at Tucson Dragway would like to remind all racers that we do need to have your tail lights on, because as it gets darker here, it gets more and more difficult to see you once you get into that shutdown area, and so the tail lights are necessary on the track. And we would certainly appreciate your cooperation with that. So James Gonzalez, 32 green, goes 652 at 104 miles an hour. Once again, the track lights are now on. We need your tail lights on, please, racers. Thank you for your cooperation. Tim Arnswald was 32 red and goes 751 at 89 miles an hour. Let's bring out Rick Segala again, and Jeremy Soares. Rick left side, Jeremy right side. Soares is going to run 484, 143 miles an hour. Rick's going to put up a 662 and a buck 04 is Mike Stewart and Kendra Larson. Going to be the next two in our test and tune. And I think we're getting like really close. We'll send about 8 pair of test and tune, and then we'll get into round number 2. Of the shootout, the 20K shootout. For the Pro 32 car shootout. Just remember, you're on Mike Stewart. 003 red, the car did a little bit kind of what it did before, but not quite as aggravated or dangerous like. Was able to complete the run as he goes 871 at 76 miles an hour. 109 on the tree, and then 454 at 152 miles an hour is Orlando Galvez, Trevor Larson. Just saw Kendra make her way down that right side of the racetrack. It's now Trevor's turn to take a trip down that right lane, and it's going to be Orlando's turn in what they call the worm. A very unique dragster. I love the front end. I love the old nostalgic dragsters. That thing is just awesome. Go on. With his trip down the racetrack, Trevor's 110 and then goes 472 at 147 miles an hour, and I think that threw Trevor off just a little bit. Seeing that flash of the red light there. So I'll bring up Kelly Harper and Terry Markley. Markley, another one of the Landshark cars.
Before Landshark.
It's a shorty. Super tiny. Super tiny.
Okay, it looks pretty solid size to me.
Okay, so maybe if it was before Landshark,
Yeah.
I don't know, what is it? Maybe it's a... What was before sharks in the ocean? I don't know. Because sharks, I think, have been around since the age of the dinosaur, haven't they? Or shortly thereafter. Big lizards-ish. So maybe that's the land gator. Of course, gators are on land anyway, I don't know. It is kind of a dinosaur. Yeah, but you can't say that anything that was like 89 or older is a dinosaur, because well. I don't know, we'll see. He goes 469. Rick Feaster was 009 red. He goes 561 as Andrew Jaramillo and Jeff Edwards. I believe we're like really close to round number 2 of the 64 car shootout. Again, you got Jaramillo left side, Edwards right side. Just missed. 141 on the tree and then goes 644 at 107 miles an hour. Sid Summers and Chris Citro. And I'm sorry, but like ever since they released the Toy Story movies, the name Sid is one of the best, bad guy names ever. Because wasn't that the name of the neighbor kid next door was Sid? I think that was the neighbor kid's name next door. Summers will run 6:39.9. Citro will go 6:61.5 at 103 miles an hour. I'll bring out Tina Arend and Blue A-Ball. Down the racetrack. Tina's 477 down the racetrack. There's Daniel Schweitzer in the F-150.
Coming to the water box now is the final pair of testing tune. I'm going to move over to
Brad Hawk in the dragster.
Shootout for Supercross.
Rolling over in the left lane. Schweitzer was 23 red in the pickup truck. Goes 864 at 84 miles an hour. Brad Hawk was 002 red. And then goes 479. And to the best of my knowledge, I believe this is going to be our last pair of test and tune cars before we get into round number 2 of the shootout. So Tana Taylor, 103 red, goes 664. Dragster was goes 19 green and goes 456. We got round number 2 of the shootout sitting in the water box. And as we roll into round number 2 of the shootout, Ryan Gleghorn has made his way off the racetrack, has made his way up here to the tower, and is going to tell you all about who gets to move on for $20,000.
Thank you, Nate. I do apologize. I've been thrashing on my hot rod since I got here. I told Chris, oh, it's going to be fine. You know, my car's really low maintenance. And I think I've turned more wrenches than Forces Pit does. But here we go, round 2, our $20,000 to win. 64 car shootout, left side, Tim Wirtz. The Idaho native, down 522 in the Corvette Roadster, take on Tony Marconi. The 76 Plymouth Arrow Roadster, dialed at 604. This is the first lap I've called, gosh, since October. Two Wirtz, Marconi 6, take 23 to be 4 foul, under had to take 19 or less. Wirtz 17, dead 8, and we'll move on to round number 3. Attention to the pits. Round 1, Pro 32 shootout to lanes 5 and 6. Round 1, Pro 32 shootout to lanes 5 and 6. Round number 1, Pro shootout to lanes 5 and 6. Left side, Ken Swayo. That beautiful Mercury Capri, dialed 604. He's on the side of Kevin Johnson. Johnson dialed at 468 in his American Hot Rod. Ken out of Oregon, Kevin out of Utah. Goes to Oregon, 13, one above for Swayo, turns on the wind light. Johnson, 28, take 3 to be 2 foul under. Had you take a foul or less to turn on the wind light, he does not. Swayo moves on. Jeremy Plyler left side. The Nova, dialed 591, take on KJ Desa. Young KJ out of Las Vegas, out 490. I get on the microphone, my phone blows up. Jeremy 007 and one above Jeremy Plyler. Moving on. Side Dustin Wirtz. Brand new hot rod for Wirtz this season. Down to 447. That is quick here in Tucson. You go 440 anything, you're moving. Judge Shoop on the side of him, down 474. And one of the abundance of shorty dragsters. Side, J.R. Learcamp, Olympia, Washington. Met the Learcamp boys last night. They are a long way from home. I thought I was far away. I would be nowhere close to a long distance award. Learcamp down 477 to the left, right hand side. It's my buddy, Greg Christensen, Strasburg, Colorado. Down to 462. Christensen, who's at 14 dead 6. I could make fun of Greg, but I can't. That's a good lap. 14 dead 6. Usually gets the job done, does not here. There again. 3 dead 8, gets there first, 9 thou. Fantastic lap from JR, and he'll move on. Josh Herman left side, out 449. Take on Rodney Snyder. Snyder, the Camaro Roadster, out 516. Turns on the wind light. Snyder 27 takes 7. It was 15 thou under the dial. Josh Herman moving on. Left side Shane Molinari. And his slow car down 448. Right side Ryan Wilson. Wilson down at 543. Once again, Pro Shootout, you should be in the lanes. Pro Shootout, round number 1, you should be in the lanes. Pro Shootout. You should be in lanes 5 and 6. He does. Okay. Wilson. Tried to take the long way around, finally aborted the run. 5 over. As Wilson's going to save his hot rod for another day. I don't think it touched the wall, but it was close. Kyle Fritz, left side. Fritz out 672, could take on Kyoki Desa. Kyoki out 448. Brand new Miller hot rod for Kyoki. The S10 dialed 622. Take on Brad Pierce. That's my neighbor. Pierce, the Corvette, dialed 648. I get to roll on the racetrack every day, go to my hot rod, and I get to look at his and remind myself how not nice mine is. Side Gabriel Hernandez, the Mustang. This thing is pretty clean. He's down 611. Take on Jason Pad out of Alberta. I thought Washington was a long way. Pad down 461. Hernandez 14, take 18 to be dead on 1. Pad 11 and 2 above, no good. Gabriel Hernandez moves on. Next pair, left side, Dave Moser. Moser, the undercover, dialed 489. Take on Jeff Serra. Jeffrey dialed 468, one of Shane Thompson's hot rods. Dave races with us in Texas now. Oh, he lives in California, but he has a trailer full of hot rods that he leaves in the Dallas area. He races with us over at Extreme Raceway Park and the Texas Motorplex, Ardmore Dragway. It's good having the Moser family around racing with us. It's pretty cool to have them around. He's got a tough customer here though. To Jeff Serra. 17, take 15 to be 1 above Moser. 17 and 2 above. No good. Jeff Serra will advance. Larry Pittenger left side, out 643. Full exhaust out the back on that 68 Camaro. Take on Marco Pervolaris. Marco right side, last year's Sunday winner, dialed 464. Take 2 to be 4th thou under. Larry 11 and 6th thou under, no good. Marco moving on. Left side, Gabe Torres. Torres down 466. Take on Scott Taylor. Taylor out of the right. Out of, say, Montana? You know, people lived in Montana. Thought they shot TV shows there. Taylor dialed 684. Under the dial. So Gabe Torres will be back. Paul Lorton left side, dial 486, will take on Ryan O'Connor. Ryan dialed 457. O'Connor 16 and 4th thou under. Lorton 8 take 10. Puts him 6th thou under. Ryan O'Connor moving on. Timo Moore left side, dial 501, take on Rick Marcy. Marcy dial 479. 40. And one above, no good. Final pair of round number 2 of our 64 car $20,000 to win shootout. Ryan Stifler left side. Stifler out 476. They are on Chris Whitfield. Whitfield in the right, dialed at 469. Gets there first, 16 foul. Stifler 031, dead 3, no good. Whitfield to move on, and that wraps up round number 2 of the 64 car shootout. Do a little track maintenance. We'll run a handful of test and tuners, and then we'll get into round number 1 of our pro 32 car shootout. Once again, racers, it is getting dark outside. Our lights are on, so yours should be too. We need tail lights. Tail lights, tail lights, tail lights. All racers, if you're going down the racetrack for the rest of the evening, tail light needs to be on. Final call, Pro 32. Final call, Pro 32. You should be in the lanes. Final call, Pro 32 shootout. Round number 1, you should be in the lanes. Final call. So we're rolling back into our testing 2. Run just a handful of them before we get into our Pro 32 shootout. I think we're just missing one car. Our Pro 32 shootout, round number 1, you should be there. Pro 32 shootout, round number 1, you should be in the lanes. Test and 2 lanes are closed for the time being. We're going to get some rounds in our shootout. And might open them up here a little bit later. Final pair of test and tune on the start line. Round 1 Pro Shootout. Getting ready to roll to the water box. $25,000 under the dial. Stephanie Paz moved on to round number 2. Monty Beagle left side, dial 597. Taking Jeff Rates. Jeff dialed 685. Monty, the 33 Ford Coupe out of High River, Alberta. Sounds cold. Sounds beautiful, but it sounds cold. To Beagle, 52, one above, gets there first, 26 thou, rates 44 and 5 over, no good. Monty Beagle moves on. Andy Kadar dialed 770. Take on Colin Poist. Poist dialed 673. One line over to Poist, 38. And 6 thou under gets the win. Kadar 44, take a ton to be over a 10th under. Colin moves on. Chuck Hawk left side. About 694, take on John Cazette. Cazette in the shorty dragster, down 573. take 30 to be one above Cassette. 8. It puts it 4 over, no good. Chuck Hawk moving on. Sasha Hofer left side, dialed 747, take on Callum Menzel. Caleb Menzel, dialed 630. Sasha 10 and one above 6 will move on. Dean Cummings, dialed 599. We'll take on Luis Valenzuela Sr., dialed 555. We will take the 64-car shootout. Round number 3. 64-car shootout round 3. We'll take you 2 lanes. 64-car shootout round number 3. We'll take you 2 lanes. Red. Lewis moves on. 48 dead 1. Turns on the win light. And 3 above. Aaron missed it. And but 8 foul under Howard will move on. Curtis Insolito left side out 596. Take on Darren Taylor. Taylor right side out 556. Cox dialed 705, take on Henry Roberson. Roberson dialed 732. Henry 23, take 15 to be 5 above. Joe 054 and 3 over, no good. Dale Schweitzer left side out 650, take on Baron Barler. Barler out 664. And 9 thou under. Dale Schweitzer move on to round number 2. Once again, 64 car shootout needs you back in the lanes for round number 3. 64 car shootout needs you back in the lanes for round number 3. Chris Vales left side out 644. Take on C.W. Hofer. Hofer out 748. Separate them up front. Win light. Give it to Bells. 37. Puts it 3 above for the win. Hofer 11. Take a lot to be 12 thou under. Chris Vales will move on. Chris Fuller left side, dial 5-9. Take on Tony Marconi, dial 602. Win light, Marconi 24, take 8 to be 3 above. Fuller missed it, put it dead 5, no good. Russ Hines left side, out 687 in the Firebird. Take on Scott Taylor. Taylor in the right. Chevelle out 683. Taylor is late, and 1 above. Scott Taylor will advance. Win light, Jeremy 38 and dead on 6 gets their 7th thou. Engler 17 and 3 above, no good. Jeremy moving on. Mark Johns left side. The Mustang down 769. Take on Paul Lorton. Lorton down 650. With the win light. Missed it. Puts it 2 above, gets their first 18th thou. Lorton 57. 8 over the dial in to be 18th thou behind. Mark Johns moves on. The final pair of round 1 of our pro shootout in the water. Left side, Tim O'Moore. Dialed 613, take on Kyle Fritz. Fritz dialed 673. Fritz 54, one above two, no good. Tim O'More move on, and that will complete round one of our pro shootout. We're going to do some tests and tuners before we go into round number 3 of our 20K shootout. Once again, round 3, 64 car 20K shootout, you should be in the lanes. Round 3, 64 car shootout, you should be in the lanes. So while it's quiet, don't forget tomorrow, rolling into Hughes Saturday, $20,000 win on the Super Pro side, $7,500 win on the Pro side. Everybody will receive a time run in the morning. We'll run Pro first, then we'll run Super Pro door cars, then Super Pro dragsters.
Don't start them just yet. Let's wait till 2 in the morning.
Once again, everybody will get a time run in the morning. We'll go into round one. We'll have a buyback round following round one. Then we'll go to round two and crown us some winners on Hughes Saturday. Once again, everybody will get a time run in the morning. So here we go, round number 3 of our 20K shootout. 16 cars remain for $20,000. We got us a pretty solid pair right off the bat. Left-hand side, Tim Wirtz, the Corvette Roadster out 522. Take on Marco Pervolaris. Marco out 463. Gets their 8th foul. Marco 27, one above 7. Ends up 8 foul behind. Tim Wirtz be back for the quarterfinals. Gabriel Hernandez left side out 6'11. Take on Jeff Serra. Jeffrey out 462. Sonora, Mexico versus Pennsylvania. Somebody look up how far that is. Adamstown, Pennsylvania, to be exact. Hernandez in the Mustang, Sarah in the dragster. Sarah is 9, one above 9, and stays 10 foul behind. Hernandez will move on. Ken Sueo left side out 603, take on Brad Pierce. Pierce out 648. lap, but it doesn't turn on a wind light. 9, take a thou to be 5 thou under. Swayo, by 1 thou, will be moving on. Battle of some West Coast heavy hitters. Dustin Works left side, down 446. Take on Chris Whitfield, down 468. Gets there 5 thou. Whitfield 14, and 2 above ends up 5 thou behind. Dustin Works will move on. Shane Molinari left side, down 448. Take on Ryan O'Connor. O'Connor down 456. Molinari backs out, so O'Connor will move on. 458 off the 456. Ryan O'Connor will advance. Jared Learcamp left side, down at 477. Take on Josh Herman. Herman down 448. Ends up 2 thou behind. Learcamp moves on. Kyle Fritz left side, dialed 674. Take on Jeremy Plyler, dialed 591. Goes to Fritz, 36, dead 3, gets there a thou. Jeremy 34, dead 6, and 1 thou behind. Kyle Fritz moves on. Final pair, Gabe Torres in the left, down 466, take on Tim O'Moore, down 503. Attention to the pits, we will open lane 7 and 8 back up for test and tune. Lane 7 and 8 are open again for test and tune if you need to make some laps. 19, dead 3. Lays down 19 total. O'More is 9, take 14 to be 4 thou under. Had to take 10 or less. Gabe Torres moves on. He'll be down to 8 when he comes back around. That wraps up this round of our 64 car shootout. Got some test and tuners rolling up now. This time I'll take Pro Shootout. Pro Shootout. Round number 2, we'll take you to the lanes. Pro Shootout round 2, we'll take you to the lanes. Pro Shootout round number 2. We'll take you to the lanes now. Pro Shootout lanes 5 and 6. Pro Shootout lanes 5 and 6. 32 car Pro Shootout round number 2. We'll take you lanes 5 and 6. Also, drivers, please remember, speed limit in the pits is 10 miles per hour. It's dark out there. Obviously, we do that for everyone's safety. So once again, speed limit in the pits is 10 miles per hour. Missing 2 cars for our Pro Shootout. Missing 2 cars, our Pro 32 Shootout. Need you to the lanes. Missing 2 cars, our Pro 32 Shootout. Need you to the lanes now. So, we're on a small pause as our best friend Mother Nature has made a small appearance. We'll see what happens and we'll go from there. But for right now, we are on pause.
Okay, gang, we have water falling from the sky again. Sorry. I'm going to have to do what we did earlier and move you guys inside. So, hang tight. It is starting to come down. Oh, sorry. My bad. Hang tight. It's starting to come down, guys. I'll keep you posted. All right, gang. I don't think you guys can hear him, but all right. So Gluggy just announced that they are pulling the plug for tonight, and we are going to get back at it tomorrow. So sorry about that, gang. Wish this wasn't the case. Obviously, nothing I can do about it, but thankfully, I am up here with the booth, and that makes it a lot easier to try and get everything out of the wet. I was a little bit slacking on getting it out, though, so everything got a little wetter than I'd like, but it's all good. We'll be good tomorrow. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Apologize for the weather today and yesterday. Man, it just has not been with us. This rain shower that's hitting us right now is literally this one little cell, but unfortunately it's raining so hard. I mean, it's not pouring, but it's raining for real. It's just at this temperature, there's no way we're going to get this racetrack dry tonight before, well, maybe ever. So it's just going to be too cold. Air density online earlier said it was 53 degrees. There's no way it was 53 degrees. I mean, I could see my breath just constantly. So, yeah, unfortunately with the dew point, I mean, the temp has dropped a bunch. The dew point's 41, so we're just not going to get this thing dry tonight. So we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Big thanks to all of you guys that tuned in today. Thanks to all the track staff for doing a great job. Apologize for having to end it on this kind of a note, but we'll crown some champions tomorrow. We're going to give away a bunch of money tomorrow, and we'll get after it. So we'll see you guys in the morning. Big thanks to Holly and Optima Batteries, as well as Kid Performance, Hughes Performance, and Moser Engineering. Couldn't do it without them. Big thanks to Jim and all the crew at Tucson Dragway as well, and everybody at the West Coast Bracket Races celebrating 10 years this year. So it's pretty awesome. So thank you to everybody. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate the support as always. You guys are awesome. And I'm sorry, but I gotta pack up some more stuff. Try and keep things dryish, and we'll get all set up again tomorrow and do this all over again. And tomorrow is supposed to be clear. So for the love of God, thoughts and prayers, right? All right, thanks, folks. I appreciate you guys. We will see you later.